All right. Hey, dude. Welcome. All right. Hey, Zach. Hey, Gander. Good to see you too. All right. So I was going to stream yesterday, but suddenly really wasn't feeling well. Like right around when I was supposed to start, I was like, I better call that off. Andrew, hey Corey. I did make some progress with my Virtual Boy setup, though. So the night wasn't a complete write-off. I just had to lay down for like 5 hours. But it seems I'm gonna have to order parts for another Virtual Boy card. The new PCB didn't fix things. Hello, Anime Steven Seagal. Your TG16 system card came in with Galaga 90. Nice. I guess that needs some sort of weird BIOS card then or something. Hey, Borts. Yep, mouse Zeldo. The best kind of Zeldo. And super zoomed in Zeldo. I sent a tweet out to the developer of the game, to Polyarch, about, hey, is there anything I can do about the FOV for the feed the stream sees? And nothing but crickets. So, and I did a bunch of research of like, hey, is there anything to be done? And nope. That's how they intend people to share their gameplay of their game, is like, it's this extremely zoomed in thing, and it's also like, it's higher than what I'm looking at. Like, I could be looking at here, like here, and then what you guys see is like this, is where the field of view is. Like, so I like researched UE4 FOV commands and custom launch commands and nope. Apparently, there is no universal FOV setting or launch command for Unreal Engine 4 stuff, which is what this game was made on. So, luckily the game isn't that much longer. The game is apparently 4 hours total to beat. So we will be beating it in this session here, and then we're likely going to start and finish Galaga as well. Because Galaga doesn't seem like it would be a super long game. And then I also have something else lined up for if we have time. Imagine there being question marks here, I guess. I got another short thing, I guess, for there, if time allows. But probably gonna have time. So yeah, that's the plan for all that. Alright, so let me I don't think I've showed this. How can I show this? Let's bring this and this. Does this work? Okay. All right. So here I wanted to show. This is what I see with my. Let's do this. This is what I see through the headset feed, by the way. There's the left eye and the right eye. So I got Discord chat here and YouTube chat is over there. And it's being overlaid in real time over the stuff. So you can see, like, you can see those lines appearing through the YouTube chat on the left there, and the lighthouse over there, the little tracking station. That's what that looks like. So when you post pictures of anime in the Discord, my entire right eye is nothing but anime. Alright, so let's get started, shall we? Okay, Moss. PC 2018 VR Puzzle, part 2 of this, 2 hours, 13 minutes in. We... this game is like... It's like a third-person action-adventure, except the camera is stationary. And you are the camera, so we are this big creepy anime amorphous form with a mask on, with two balls for hands, two glowy balls, and we're on a quest to do something. There's like a gerbil or something, a gerbil knight that we're pursuing, and there's a castle, and we're storming the castle as little VR mouse rat thing called Quill. Last we left off, we had gone through some sort of forest temple thing and are now on a beach. We got washed up on a beach, and there's the castle in the distance, and that's all I remember of this one. So yeah, this game is about 4 hours long according to the internet, so should be able to beat it tonight. So let's do it, shall we? I gotta close this VR preview here. Not gonna be helpful. Okay. All right, let's do it. Okay, turn that off, so we don't need that for now. Okay. Turn on my controllers. Put on this. Let's strap in and get going here. Oh, also I need to move this out of the way. Okay. Turn on this. And then get completely disoriented. All right. Astrobot. Never even heard of that one. I think Steam Home is launching, maybe? Hopefully? Hey, Ivy. Why is Steam not launching here? Alright, just launch Moss. Sure, do that. Alright. Is it ever going to load? Or do actually anything? That is not a great place for the Steam VR window to be. And I can't exactly change it. Alright. Oh, it just dumps you right in too. Great. Okay. Alright, hold up. Technical issues as always. Alright, Steam VR window, get out of here. Alright, there we go. Alright, and it hides the cursor, good. Okay. Hey Merrick, from the trailer I saw it looked like an adventure game, telling me it's more like Lifeline. This game I have direct control over Rat Thing. Also, I figured out by reading the FAQ that if I hold down the menu button for a few seconds, it should reset my position. In theory? So, okay. So if I do this, do you have to do it the left hand? Okay. All right. So if I do something like this on every scene, we can. I'm assuming we're gonna get a. Oh, cool. My my VR thing is not updating. Okay, it looks like Discord's updating, but it's not grabbing my. Okay. All right, sure. So, anyways, the left analog stick here, I have discrete control over Rat Thing, and then I can slash with the right stick, and then jump / dash with that as well. So I do have direct control over Rat Thing.
To be found. But looming high on a distant bluff was the castle, a stark reminder of what mattered most. Quill drew a deep breath and readied herself for the journey ahead.
Alright, can we get a chat test for Discord? Somebody post Peepo or something? because I'm not exactly sure if it's even updating properly right now. I'm not getting my Discord feed. Hey, LCC, I got that one. Thank you. Okay, good. Excellent. Okay. Alright, so I gotta remember that the FOV for this game is so bad for the sharing screen that I have to knowingly look farther down than I normally would. Hey Renato, how's the game so far? It's okay. Battery life of the controllers is gonna be good enough for my purposes because as it turns out, the limiting factor is going to be how well my face holds up. So the area on the headset directly touching my face is like wearing a scuba goggles, and it really presses in on my face, and there's not a whole lot I can do about that. My timer running? It is. Okay. There's not a whole lot I can do about that. Like there's a slightly thicker. What the hell are you supposed to do this? Oh, you're supposed to make that higher. That's. There's a slightly thicker foam padding I could put on. On the headset. Great. No, I'm already running into things. Okay, let's move that up. And that. Okay. Yeah, go scuba diving first. Making you motion sick? Yeah. That's gonna be what a lot of VR streams are gonna be like. I won't be doing a whole lot of VR streams though. It'll be like this and Half-Life Alyx, and then probably a whole lot of nothing for a long time. Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to raise up that one too. But yeah, this game is going to be 2 hours more tops. So if you just wanted to catch, oh for fuck's sake, if you just wanted to catch Galaga, in about 2 hours from now, is when we'll be doing Galaga. So it's okay if you don't want to watch if it's making you sick or if it's boring. Either way. Probably supposed to go up here. Okay. But yeah, like for what I see, I'm assuming the stream sees like that for FOV. I'm guessing something like that. I can actually see way the hell out here. I can see about 50% more in each direction, which makes like trying to do the camera for this especially weird. A lot more than I think. Okay, because I watched the VOD for it, and a lot of the VOD was like, hey, here's this section above where I'm actually looking, and then hey, here's this. Like but yeah, as I mentioned at the start of the stream, I tried to get in touch with the developers of the game. Oh shit. What the hell? Oh, okay. I can. I tried to get in touch with the developers to see if there was like a setting. Interesting. Okay. For making the FOV larger, and no such luck. All right, so another gimmick here with this is that I can use the oh shit. Oh shit. This is getting pretty frantic now. All right, hold you in place. Hold you in place. Oh jeez. Okay. Oh god. All right, combat is getting much more difficult right about now. Oh god. And there's these particles are floating right in my face. Nice. Okay. And yeah, there's no universal FOV command for Unreal Engine 4, which is what this game is made in. And there's no specific launch command I could do or a menu slider to adjust for FOV in this game. So what you see is what we get, unfortunately. And I'm hoping it won't be an issue with Half-Life Alyx. Okay, so there's something back there. It looks like I can just jump. I can't jump up? Oh, I can do this, sorry. Because so far all of the Valve developer stuff has had pretty good FOV on the shareable screen for that. So I'm not anticipating any issues with Half-Life Alyx. Okay. So I'm pretty sure all the scroll stuff over there is just bonus extra stuff anyways, so no big deal. Okay. Alright. This, probably have to do that, and then get hit by it. Yep. Cool. And then those things, you have to hit them with the... I wonder if those are extra timer. Okay, I guess they are. Okay, so I probably have to aggro... Huh. Alright. Okay. Got it. Yeah, a little farther in. Unfortunately, my, oh, shit. Alerts from my YouTube have stopped for you. I think you have to maybe hit the bell icon on YouTube, maybe? And see if that gives you an extra alert. There might be another setting for YouTube. Also, hey, Deadbot. How you doing? Okay, so what am I doing here now? So what was the point of this area? So there's another breakable wall over here. And it looks like I need to... And then there's this. But... Is there anything down here that I'm missing? Because clearly I gotta get to that up there. That switch. I have to... what's behind that wall? Is that just a bonus? Oh no, that's the way out. Oh, I probably... Okay, I haven't hit this thing yet. Okay, alright. Alright. You get over here. Man, this is kind of tricky to do with the... There's a lot of moving parts to this. Okay. Okay. And then I need to bring over this. Oh, oh shit! Are you kid? Dude. Fucking. Dang it, my headset's getting tangled up in things here. Ah, yep. I think I gotta get the zip ties out at some point. Alright, where even am I? Oh. Okay, it didn't reset everything. So this is still okay, I guess. Alright, so we gotta put this over here. We have to hit this. We have to bring this over here. And then and then I gotta and I gotta bring this back. Oh my god. Alright. Okay. And then okay. And then over here. This is clever. I like this. Okay. Oh no. Fuck. I have to open the door first. Shit. Okay, maybe I could just jump down there. Alright, rat thing. You're gonna... Okay. This looks doable. Okay. Fuck. Alright, well I tried. Okay. So I gotta bring that down again. Fucking hell. Almost had a speedrun strat going. Yeah, okay. Back over. Bring over this. Here. Bring over rat thing. And then we gotta do all of the other steps all over again. Okay. Alright, so we gotta what?! No. What? What? How does that work? What? Are you shitting me here, game? Huh. Okay. We got some interesting physics here. The RSS feed, yeah. I use Eno Reader for that. Well, not for YouTube RSS, but for other RSS. Here. I fell there. Alright. Are you shitting me? Okay. Alright. If this game got me caught in the wall there at the very end of this puzzle. Okay. Alright. This is getting way more complicated. Okay. I'm interested in why my... Hello. Oh. Okay. Oh, jeez. Alright, hold up. I gotta... Okay. So my Steam overlay is not working. That's weird. Also... Gotta figure out why my, why is this not working? PBR... Screen preview... Controller, load... Left controller above flip... DDI direct... 2 FPS... Okay. There we go. Okay, now I got it. Jeffree Star and James Trial, I have no idea who they are. Like every single ad related thing and recommendation related thing I have tried to turn off on YouTube. Hey, Owen. Because generally if I can't they do makeup tutorials, alright. Sure. Generally if I can't verify the quality and content of something, I won't promote it. But YouTube tries to do it anyways, I guess. Alright, well this is a very difficult screen. Probably gonna be some sort of encounter right here, maybe. No? Okay. Alright, we made it out of the mine.
She'd seen this view before, in a drawing from her uncle's library. Being here made her heart flutter, and then sink. If the story of her family had been different, this would have been her home.
Her? Right next to the old abandoned mine. So I'm glad they added some more complexity to the puzzles here with the, oh, there's a hidden thing over there. With the timed explosive enemies. Because if it was just fighting beetles and shooty things the whole time, then that probably would have worn thin quickly. But then again, we are past the halfway point here. Okay, so there's our bonus scroll. This, sure. There's Sauron, I guess. And every time I lean forward, my headset gets caught in my chair. Nice. Alright. So we got a switch here. Alright. And yeah, for those just joining us recently, plan for tonight is to finish up Moss here. Oh, okay, that is literal Sauron. Alright. Plans to finish up Moss. We have about an hour and a half left of it. According to how long to beat. And then start and finish Galaga Destination Earth for PS Explosion. And then if we have time, I plan to do another short thing at the end of the stream. a surprise short stream, surprise short thing. Okay, what we got here? I suppose this short little thing hides me. Hiding over here probably hides me. I'm assuming this thing just one-shots you. It looks like there's a passage down below it that I can spin. Okay. Interesting. Alright, so there's a switch back there. Oh, that's as far as I can spin it. Yeah, now this is some video gaming. Okay, then we gotta... Oh, nope! Well... Okay, that is a one-shot. Got it. Okay. Alright, and then... Nice. Oh, I need to heal, but I can't reach over there. Okay. I don't even know what that did. That did something somewhere. All the way over, or not? Is the shield not? That's a. Oh, there's another shield. Okay. But. All right, I see. This is actually really hard to tell what's going on. So do I jump over this? Shit. Okay. All right. And then probably do this. So I'm not even gonna bother going for that scroll over there. And then also not clear what purpose this dust stuff serves in the game, because it hasn't been mentioned anywhere. I'm gonna assume it's not that important. Okay. Okay. This is a much different tone than the other parts of the game. All right. So this looks like a combat area, if I've ever seen one. So there's a scroll up there on the third floor of that building. It looks like I can get there from jumping up on that set of crates. And it looks like there's a staircase back there. So I can at least go for that. And then I'm assuming hitting that thing in front of the fountain will initiate the combat. Hey, Hidden. Hopefully you're doing better today with the old illness. Okay, can I go up here? Hey, there's our peepo.
Adurin was back. Hey, kid. You took long enough. I found your uncle, but the Master Sentry's been activated. I'm trying to sort it out. This way.
Okay. That's the Master Sentry, I guess. That's a cool design. Okay.
My uncle? Is he okay? Quilly heard. He's alive for now. We must act quickly. As long as that Master Sentry is watching, the path to the castle is a dead end. Maybe you two can find a way to shut it down. And I'll, keep watch.
Oh, dang. So better in some ways, I guess? Like, I felt, I was not feeling good yesterday. But luckily, right before all the shit hit the fan, I got in an order for some Tylenol with the sleep aid in it. So I just took one of those and kind of had some trippy dreams, but I slept better. So that did it for me. What's the point of this? Like I can move this anywhere else. Maybe this... Huh. Alright, what does this do? Oh. What? Yeah, Seaman is always telling me about ancient Egypt. Him asleep. Can't escape him. So I probably need to get up here and then jump on top of that. Yeah, Seaman really... he might as well have been giving me the census. Seaman wanted to know how many people are in my household, what our net income is. Alright, so I probably have to... That. Stream was fun? Nice. I'm assuming you're still playing the Judge Dredd FPS game. Okay. Probably supposed to... Yeah, okay. Yep. Seaman wanted to know... Wanted you to empty out your wallet. Show him all your cards, front and back. Give him your thumbprint. Oh, okay. Oh, shit. Well. Okay, so for this dude, if I hold on to him with my balls here, and then use the right thumb pad, it will shoot in the direction I touch on the thumb pad. And I can still jump and slash with my rat dude while controlling Robo Crab. Alright. Go get that thing, Robo Crab. Alright. And then... I need to get up here. You died in a fire in a mission? Nice. Yeah, I've seen footage of that game, and it looks, wait, what is this? Rat, what are you doing? Did Rat just take a dump? And then hold it up to... Sure. I think the only thing you get in there is armor upgrades. Yeah, like for the FOV, I can see the enemy down at the bottom of the screen clearly right now. And like right there, it's off screen for me. And then that switch right there, right now it's off screen. So that's how big my FOV is. And I can see everything just at a glance on screen, but I bet for the stream feed, like I can see, yeah, there it's off screen for you guys. And like I can do this, I guess. So the equivalent of this for you guys is this for me. That's the difference in FOV. And it's really hard for me to keep track of that in my head. Like, okay, you guys can't see what I can see, and this shouldn't be an issue for Half-Life Alyx, or at least I hope not. Oh shit! Oh no, I goofed. Because Valve knows what they're doing. I guess they've had good shareable screens for all the stuff that I've done that's theirs so far. Okay, so I need to get to this again. I gotta get on here, hit this thing. Why is this thing suddenly moving around now? Okay, I gotta get back up there. Hit this. Up here. Okay. Raise this over here, and then I gotta drop down onto that as it's passing by. Okay. And then... Alright, and we can leave Crab Boy alone now. Okay. Well, did you know the ship was on fire ahead of time? I'm assuming that's one of the things they show you in the briefing. But yeah, from what I've seen of Void Bastards, like, it didn't seem like it was a super fast-paced game, but it seemed like it's one of those games that it can catch you off guard from how slow things can happen sometimes, and that can get you overwhelmed. Do. All right, we got whatever this is. Okay. Sure. Can I even get up to there? I don't know why I would need to, but... Yep. Yeah, well that's generally what happens in roguelikes though, right? All it takes is one wrong assumption, and then either that or a bad dice roll. And then GG. Okay, so... I guess I just have to backtrack from here and go back to that hub part. means I gotta go through this shit again. What are you doing up there? Okay, well I can I do this? Okay, well. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to... Oh, what the hell can I do? I guess I could just drop down. Like, I was thinking I could maybe get to that portal again and do that, but... that's just achievement stuff. And I'll be fine. Combat's not that hard. Alright. I kind of want to hit that pressure plate there, but I have a feeling bad things will happen if I do. It's all... Oh, actually, do I put that there? Maybe? Okay, no. And then this. Okay. This is a really cool scene with the stuff in the foreground. All right, so we got a shooty boy here. It sounds like there's two shooty boys, but I don't see the other one. And then having this right here is really, really disconcerting. Okay, so we got a door back there. Alright, so this to get that out of the way. This to get that out of the way. What? Okay. Okay, and then I'm guessing I gotta get shooty boy. Yeah. Alright, over here, shooty boy. And then I need to take Quill off of there. Bring Quill back this way. What are those? There's probably a secret back here. Can I, okay, I can hit that one, too. Okay. So... what order do I need to do things here? So I need shooty boy to hit that, to bring that up again. And then okay, all right. I think I see. And then I believe I can have shooty boy hit that. Can shooty boy him down? No. That's a problem. I'm not sure how, unless I have to have Quill standing right here and then have... Huh. Unless I was supposed to bring Shooty Boy over there. Perhaps. But that's not gonna solve anything. Oh, is it? Alright. Unfortunately, my tracking is getting lost here, so I'm gonna have to... Alright. Well, I'm running over my cords everywhere. See, this is why I changed to a wireless setup, so I wouldn't have to run over cords in my chair. Okay. Alright, so Shooter Boy does not want to go where it does, okay. But I'm not sure what this accomplishes. Because it's not like I can... Or can I? Okay, I might be able to do that. Alright. I guess I can kind of make this work. I'm not sure if this is at all intended, but... I'm not sure what other way you do this. Because... Huh. Alright, that was maybe a sequence break? I don't know. Lots of cool particles floating in the air here. Do. Alright, we got second of those things. Okay. Alright, rat thing. Okay. So I don't need any of these to make it out. Just kind of go. Hello? It's just standing still for some reason. Okay. Alright, so we got two of those things now. And I see these markers here line up with those, so I'm assuming this opens up those claw marks. Okay. Is this... Okay. And then... Alright. This must be like the robo sentry for the town or something. Okay. All right. Got him.
You're all clear, kid, Adurin affirmed. It should be a straight shot to the castle now. Come on.
Okay. All right. The castle is our objective. These are they got the squirrel sigil. Sure. Okay. This looks like another combat arena. So we got two blow-upable doors on the bottom. We got spawn rooms clearly on the top parts. I'm assuming this door is gonna slam shut, and then it's gonna make me combat a whole bunch here. Yep. Of course.
We're trapped! Cried Quill. Can you open these doors too? Oh no, these are powerful arcane hexes. I can try.
How quick the speedrun is? I have no idea. I'm assuming PS4 is likely the platform of choice for it. Am I supposed to be breaking the hex here? Or... oh, shit! Alright, we're good. We're okay. Shit! Get out of there! Alright. "44 minutes on Vive." Nice. I don't see a method to open this door unless it's I probably have to bomb this or get that shot somehow. Hello, robot? All right. Yeah, I'm assuming that needs to get blown up. Okay, and it wasn't that. So maybe the big giant sentry robot will blow it up. Yeah. Okay. That's doing something over there. Oh shit. All right, heal up. Heal up. Man, sometimes my movement just isn't registering. Great. Perfect. I'm about to die. Yep. Great. Fantastic. Oh man, I'm way the fuck back here. How did... Sure. Okay. Shooty boys, me the business. Alright, I think the safe strat is probably to stay up here. Oh, over there. Is that it for other spawns? Okay.
I can't, kid! Shouted Adurin. We have to get out of here!
Uh-oh.
Down here! It's the only way!
Oh, now I can open it. Alright. Ow. Anytime the screen goes full white in this game. Oh, geez. Okay. Oh. There I am. Get up, rat.
I've made a terrible mistake. What is this place? What's that smell? Adurin?
Is that smell following you around? Okay. Is this gonna be like this for the whole time? Okay, this is neat, but I have a feeling this is where there's going to be spiders. Can't wait. All right, so we got a gap here. Okay. You got gaps here and here. Okay. There's probably... Is there secrets over here? Alright, doesn't look like it. This is neat. Okay. Alright. I don't like the sounds of this.
I'm so sorry, Quill. I really am.
Oh, shit. Snakes. It had to be snakes.
All remained still, save for a blazing shadow poised to strike. Quill's insides felt like quicksand sinking in terror at the sight. The shape lunged, metal crashed, and Adurin's light went out.
Okay.
Quill's beating heart drew Sarfog's attention. It was a monster of such harrowing enormity that survival seemed impossible. But then, the reader illuminated a break in the stone. Quill dove, the opening just big enough, and narrowly escaped the snap of Sarfog's fiery jaw.
Oh, well that was it. That's easy. The boss fight happened in a cutscene. I'm okay with this.
Instinct fueled Quill's desperate flee. The littered limbs of those before her served as haunting reminders that this was where so many before her met their end. Her adrenaline waned. Trembling, and anchored by a heavy heart, she slowed, stumbled, and crumpled to the cold ground.
Uh-oh. We have to cheer up Rat Thing. Continue the story.
Quill had never felt more small and helpless. It would take an army to defeat Sarfog. Then, she felt a gentle touch of warmth and mustered the strength to look up. The reader was still there, expressionless as always, but unwavering in their loyalty.
Sure. Oh, jeez. Yep, that's me, the reader. Can't see my weird arms though.
Quill felt the depth of their connection. The strength that came with being twofold. They'd come so far, together. My friend, I need your help. If we don't face Sarfog now, my uncle will die. And that monster won't stop until you and I are torn apart. Will you stay with me and try?
Well, the game won't end if I don't, so I guess so. Oh, God. Alright. Oh, you can see the... If I break my neck here, trying to look straight up. Oh, geez. Yep, that... Yeah, if you see this thing over your shoulder, then just run. Just run. Alright. So we got regular enemies, we got a shooty boy, and it looks like I can just run past all of them if I need to. Alright. So this is... Well, there's the castle, isn't it? I thought... The snake isn't our objective. The objective is the castle, so why even bother going after Snake? Eh? Alright, the skybox for this is very weird. Okay. And that the castle is clearly 2D. Like, why didn't they just do they not understand that this is a 3D game? A stereoscopic 3D game, and I can tell if something's 3D or not, and that is just the fucking billboard. Like, surely their polygon budget wasn't that bad. Okay, so this looks like a boss fight. So we got a ballista here, we got this squirrel flag here that you can see through. Or I can see through. Okay. And I can't rotate this, so it's just... That's all I can do with it. Can't rotate the platform. Yep, castle.jpg. Someday we'll get to Ace Combat 7, which apparently has dog.jpg. Alright, give him the business. What? What? Why did... What? Well, it didn't kill me, but... That was scripted, I guess? To just... jump off the side? But yeah, the recent Ace Combat, which I have not played or seen anything of, apparently has, well, besides dog.jpg. And I fucking love the Ace Combat series, especially 4th. It's my favorite game of all time. Oh. Am I dead? Alright, looks like the snake is probably going to spawn down there. Okay, I'm gonna have to cheese this a bit. And okay. Let's load that now. Okay. So this is probably a weird stealth section. Oh, shit. I thought I had to wait at the... Okay. I thought I had to wait at the top. But no, you just gotta be as quick as possible. Get over. And it's not taking my inputs. What the fuck? Yo. It's not taking my inputs. Like I'm... Yeah, it's just kinda... It's like there's a dead zone in the analog. Yeah, it's fucking stopping. What the fuck? Dude. So I saw on their the developers forum for this, somebody else posted about like, hey, the snake section doesn't work on Vive controllers. And now I see why. Like the... What the fuck? Now I see exactly why. What the fuck? Maybe I'm like... I'm getting stuck on terrain back there or something, and it's coming to a stop. Yeah, it's just stopping back there. Like I'm not changing my input at all. Dude. This is bullshit. Okay, maybe I'm supposed to go up on that ledge up on the left then? Maybe you're not supposed to turn the corner? Maybe that... Okay, so you're supposed to do that slightly differently, I guess. But... What? So why would it put up an invisible wall there, though? Is what I'm not getting. Alright, I'm gonna hang out right here. Okay, that still kills you. So what if I move slightly farther in? Okay, I'm gonna wait for Snake to get there. Get up there. Come on. Dude, what the fuck? This is fucked right now. What? This game has been easy, stupid easy right until this part. And suddenly, my rat thing has turned into an idiot. Are you... Dude. And there's like... I need Travolta.gif right now. A Pulp Fiction meme. Alright, that clearly isn't gonna get there either. Like... Dude. Okay, and then right here. And then you're safe. What? Are you... Excuse me? Okay, well I know that the quick way to get up here now, I guess, is right here. Alright, up over here, and then down right here. What? Okay, I'm fucking something up, I guess. What? So it just... It just... Don't turn around. What? I actually can't even see what that is. Did you Photoshop in creepy face? The fuck am I supposed to do here? Like, clearly you can't... surely you can't run quick enough to get all the way through there before... Oh, I can barely even see the chat now because this has got me so hot and bothered that it's fogging up the inside of my headset. Like, that's how tilted this is making me. What the fuck are you supposed to do here? Oh, because they clearly don't give you enough time to do this. And then it just blows up the... Yeah, no, I'm still getting stuck on this. What the... what the fuck? So I clearly can't make that corner there. Maybe you're supposed to grab the snake? Okay, I can't grab the snake. All right. Get the fuck over there. Get over there. All right, so clearly you have enough time to do it. But it keeps like losing the input for moving, or getting stuck on walls or something, because this is so fucked. Like, dude. Like, I am not changing my input movements at all for this. That have worked perfectly fine for the whole game. Yeah, so you just got to get over there before it's Like, if I did this with a regular controller, this would be first try easy. But for whatever reason, there's a tracking problem right here with this wall. Like, do I have to? Okay. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Alright. Here's what we're gonna do. Are you ready for this? I'm going to rip out my headset because I can't fucking stand up. Alright. We're gonna do this. And then that's not gonna work either. Okay. We're gonna do this. And then alright. I'm gonna beat this horseshit level. Get over there! What the fuck? Dude. This is so stupid. Ugh. This is actually stupid. What in the hell? What the fuck? This... What were they thinking? What were they thinking? Were they thinking? The green thing on the ground? That's just a texture. Alright. Well, it's hard not to be frustrated because this feels like it's not my fault. And... like... It's easy to keep my temper in check when I know it's just a get good situation, but this is like... This doesn't feel like it's my fault at all. It's like... Like here, this you can do this so easy. Like look at that. I'm having no trouble moving around. This is the exact same movements that I'm doing up over there. But for whatever reason, up here around this bend where this dumbass snake boss is. What are you doing? Move! Fucking hell. Okay, so I'm gonna keep my thumb very close to the center of the touchpad. Because that seems to be way more consistent if I just don't move my thumb much at all. Move it! Move it! What? And you can see it turned red there. Like the controller turned red. Like, what? Is... The control ball turned red. What the fuck is that supposed to do? What? Is this like... Did this turn into Dragon's Lair somehow? Get over there! Fucking shit! Ugh. Holy shit. Ugh. This is so awful. Like, my opinion of this game has just fallen drastically over this one sequence. This is all it took. What are you doing? Keep going! Why are the controls different in just this one screen? Also, I need to remember to do that every time. Now I know exactly why that forum thread is made about just this sequence. Get over there! Okay. Alright, and now I gotta get over to this. Ace, get over there! What are you doing? God damn it! Are you fucking serious? I'm pressing the move button and it's just staring at the snake. Rather than fucking moving. Are you shitting me? Man. VR gaming, boys. Holy shit. Like it's not like I was intentionally not moving the mouse. I was doing my fucking best to move over to that switch. Just phase 1. Oh man. So it's gotta be some really shitty invisible walls here. Is gotta be the reason for this. I can think of no other reason why this would be occurring. And it's just randomly stopping you. Did they playtest their own fucking game? Surely somebody would have noticed this. Why are you stopping there? Like, what? What? Like, surely. So, what the fuck is it about this? It's like there's an invisible wall right here, right on this texture seam, that no matter what you do here, it just stops you. What the fuck? What were they thinking? What were they thinking with this section? Like, at least this bit I'm getting consistent enough. Okay, so if you... Alright, so if you know ahead of time that it's going to stop you right there, you can at least let go of the touchpad and then start moving again immediately, but you shouldn't have to do that. This has so far been the only time in the game where it's done this. This is so frustrating. At least there's quick restarts for this, but still. There shouldn't have to be any restarts. What the fuck? Dude! Yeah, this is like... what a way to ruin your game's progression and everything. Like, this one horrible sequence. Yeah, it's gotta be huge ass invisible walls there that for whatever reason it doesn't let you like skirt along them. It just stops you dead in your tracks, and it only occurs there in the entire game. Everywhere else you can cleanly go around corners, but for whatever reason this U-turn you got to make up here, and then right here it completely just stops you dead. For what reason, I have no idea. So they could either fix that, or they could make the snake move a little bit slower. Like, what? I'm not letting... I didn't let go of the move function at all there. And there, I was holding down move the entire time. I'm holding down move the entire time right now. The whole time. I never let go. Fucking hell. Get over there! What are you doing? What are you doing? Really easy. Well, they probably weren't using Vive controllers. You can use a DualShock for this. I'm holding right on the controller. Yeah, this looks to be really trivial, but it's just stopping me dead in my tracks, and I don't know why. Like, this should be stupid easy, but it's just not moving me. And I know that there's nothing wrong with my Vive controller because I've run the thing that shows you where you're touching on it. Or, like when I got it out of storage, that's what I did to make sure that my controllers didn't need to be replaced or anything. Oh, God. Cool, and then it didn't jump that time. Okay, so what I did that time was I am just barely moving my finger in the touchpad. I'm only moving it just like barely off of center to move. Even though you don't run at full speed if you do that. But so far that's been the only way I can make these turns. And there, it still stopped me completely dead. Great. What's my death count up to at? 54. Holy shit. This... Alright, get up there, rat thing. And then it didn't run right before I jumped because I'm only barely touching the touchpad. And now my fucking hand hurts. Oh my God. What are you doing? Oh, the devs clearly don't give a shit anymore. They shipped this 2 years ago. And probably lost a whole lot of money on it, like everybody did with all their VR stuff. So they're still posting stuff on social media about like merch for the game. Okay. All right, get up there. Hit the button! Hit the fucking button! Okay. Oh. All right. Get to the next screen. Get to the fucking next screen. Get over there. Okay. All right. Holy shit. All right. What kind of bullshit do I have to do for this part? Okay. All right. So this I can move up. Looks like that needs to be in the down position. Okay. Get in there. All right. All right. So this looks horrible. See how fucking easy that is when your controls actually work? Oh, shit. All right, that one was my bad. That one is all me. I wasn't paying attention. All right, come on. Move, rat, move. Come on. It's doing the thing again. It's... Oh my god, it's doing the thing again. It's doing the thing again where my controls stop working. Alright, well this looks less horrible than 2 screens ago, but right when I get to that platform over there, the controls start bugging out again. And I don't know why. It must be like some program thing with the rat to like look at the snake, I guess. And it's overriding the controls. But something clearly screwy is happening whenever the snake is on screen. Yeah, like this, right here. I can't move right now. And yep, it's... Oh boy. Okay, so maybe I need to not do any inputs at all while the look at snake animation is playing. Alright, can't do anything right now. Okay. And I'm holding... I am holding down the run button. Dude. This game. Holy shit. Why? What were they thinking? Okay, so I gotta do the same thing with you have to have your finger in the very center of the Vive touchpad. Just like on that 2 screens ago. For whatever reason, whenever Snake is on screen, you have to be extremely precise with your inputs. jump? What the fuck? I was mashing jump there. What? And now I'm... Oh. Nice. Okay. Well, at least there's a... Alright. Keep shooting at me. Okay, that was a bad idea to... Okay. Alright. I'm gonna hit the death button 2 times when I get through this. Okay, 2 times. Alright. Oh, shit. What am I supposed to do here? The touchpad's not responding again. The touchpad clearly wasn't meant for this type of input. But they went ahead and did it anyways. Come on. Yeah, it's okay. So Quill is turning to look at the snake. What? Hello? What the fuck am I supposed to do here? All that does is... I don't know where my tablet is. Alright, hold up. And of course it won't let me pause here. The fuck am I supposed to do here? So that only closes it halfway. And... Oh, there's... Okay. Alright, I see. You're supposed to... Get on there. Okay. Alright. Hopefully we're done with this bullshit. Oh. Alright, well done, Zoldo Rat. My hand hurts so bad right now. Okay. Oh, what a terrible sequence! What the fuck were they thinking? What the fuck were they thinking? Alright, hopefully that was the final boss. And there's Qbert tiles here. Must be King Qbert over there.
Quill searched the silent halls. Uncle? Uncle! She called, but only her echoes responded.
Yep, King Graham might be there. On boss video games, yep. I'm gonna have to retire from video games after this. Oh man, see, I can move around just fine now. Now that there isn't this stupid ass snake thing. And I can appreciate the art in this game now. And there's Uncle Rat. Alright, congratulations, you beat the chapter. Now we're gonna blind you temporarily.
Is that really you? You have to get out of here. If Sarfog finds you.
Uncle, Sarfog is dead. His voice trembled as he spoke.
The glass. The reader. You've bonded. I wanted to keep you safe from all this. It is not a burden you can bear alone.
I'm not alone.
My Quill. Twofold and strong.
He resigned. We're safe now, she assured him. Let's go home.
No, Quill. You've never been in more danger.
His voice faltered.
The arcane do not end with Sarfog. The king's glass, hidden here in the castle. You must reclaim it.
Where? We're ready.
Through the bright, glowing door, probably.
A promising beginning indeed. For so long, another has toiled to write an end for us all. But your bond with Quill grows strong. Your fates, yet still unwritten, are now entwined. And that gives us hope. Yes, your journey together is far from over. Rest now, dear reader. We'll begin again soon.
Wait, is that the end? Someone's book 1. Oh. I see.
But Darkwood falls before me with broken
Moss 2, nothing but snakes. Can't wait.
I stand where trees meet with the sky, and in the stillness find you by. When all the paths are overgrown,
Morla Gorondona
so with crimson glow,
is lady talking to us.
into the forest I will fly, and in its shadow find you by.
Partners, Alienware. Nice. Alamau's confirmed in this game. Right there. Special thanks to the Northwest. Alright. Oh, geez. Our journey's just beginning. Go Hawks. Yep. Go Atlanta Hawks. Did anybody give a shout out to anything dumb? Not that I can see. To you, dear reader, I hope you enjoyed that snake fight. I... Oh. Then there's this. That's oh, that's the anime. I see us anime. There's Castle. There's the dumbass snake. I'm assuming Quill is probably on here somewhere. Oh, Quill speaks in sign language. Interesting. And then we get some whatever this is. It'd be nice if when you blow these out. Nope. Okay, and then you're just stuck here in the library forever until Moss 2 comes out, I guess. So yeah, as far as I know, there isn't a Moss 2 or any sort of continuation. I guess. So... yeah, so we get chapter select, subtitles, graphic quality, equipment. They let you swap between stuff you've unlocked. Yeah. And chapter, the clearing, leaving home, Mire Temple, Last Respite, Abandoned City, Sarfog's Domain, the castle. And the castle is like 30 seconds long. Oh, they did release another book? Huh, okay. Well, it must be the DLC then, which I guess I don't have. So... I don't know, perhaps someday. Okay. Alright. Virtual reality boys. Okay. Hold on. Wait, the Steam VR isn't working. It wouldn't bring up the Steam VR menu for me, so I gotta Alt F4 out of this banger. After I finish running over my cable for it. Oh shit. I have like 5 cables I'm running over with my chair right now. Okay. Alright, Alt F4. Yep. Okay. Holy shit. Alright, cut the timer. Imagine if the Steam VR thing was causing the problems. I doubt it. I doubt it. Alright. Hey, 3 hours 58 minutes. So how long to beat said this game is 4 hours, and that seems pretty accurate. Also this. Holy shit. Okay. Alright, let's wrap up this banger. Oh man. So this game probably would have been like 3 hours and 40 minutes maybe if that snake fight didn't exist. But that is a rough Death Mountain there. That is a sharp increase. Okay. Alright, completed, yeah. Cheated, nope. I'm not even sure how you could cheat in this one. But, sure. Okay, things I liked. Cute art style. Hello? Cute art style. Played out like a virtual diorama. Storybook was nice. Some cool puzzle mechanics. Nice music. Yeah, that probably covers all that. Okay. Alright, things I did not like. That snake fight. Let's see. View 2 zoomed in on stream feed. Seemed a little too simple. What I mean by that was, all you could really do in this, as Quill, the protagonist, was move it around, jump, and slash. And then as the player, the reader, as you're called, you can like push and pull objects in the world and spin things. You could heal Quill, and you could grab enemies to position them, or keep them from blowing up, or use the shooty boy ability. And then that was it. Like, there's not a whole lot of depth to this one, but then again, this is only a 4-hour game. Or this portion of the game is 4 hours, so there's really only so much you can do in that amount of time. But it would have been nice if there was some additional mechanic especially for what the player can do with the floaty orb things. Like I know it probably could have gotten way too complicated. I know that would be a huge risk of like asking the player to do way too much all at once in an early VR game. Like, yeah, there probably is an argument to be made for keeping that part simple, but I don't know. Like, maybe one more mechanic would have been nice, I guess, and perhaps they did that for the next portion of the story that apparently they released. Let's see. I wouldn't say that I didn't like how some of the solutions for puzzles weren't obvious, but that's like a positive and negative. Like, I can't really mark that down. I'll just mention it that some of the puzzles, it wasn't immediately obvious and took a little too long, but then again, that's just me being dumb sometimes. Let's see. What else? So yeah, seems a little too simple in both mechanics and combat. Let's see. Fade to white between chapters was bad on the eyes. Sure. And that's probably it for stuff that pops out at me. Snake memes, that snake fight. We are a giant floating face. I guess we're a human-sized floating face. Everything else is tiny. Let's see. End of chapter physically hurts to look at. High-fiving a virtual rat. Sure. Good enough, people. Okay, drum bass, no. Ailamals, yes. There is an Ailamal in this game in the credits, so yes, absolutely. Gonna check that box. Okay, difficulty is hard. So prior to the snake fight, I would probably give this a 1. So yeah, for the most part, you're in no real danger to really perform the platforming or the puzzles quickly in this game. There's very few parts where you're required to actually be on it. The one time that you are is right at the end in that fucking snake fight, and it's awful. But every other part, you're either fighting like 1 or 2 enemies tops at most. There's one sequence where you're fighting up to 4, but even then that was pretty manageable. And it's really easy to judge the platforming distance in this game. Like, it's the opposite problem that Alundra had. So Alundra, you couldn't really judge distances on a lot of jumps, and that led to issues with the platforming. In this game, you can, or at least I can clearly see how big a distance is. You know pretty much what your character's capable of, even like right from the start of the game. Like, you can just at a glance like see, yep, that gap is big enough to cross. Like, yep, I can see that there's clearly a little piece sticking out that we can grab onto. They also did a great job with pointing out visual cues for what is a grabbable ledge and what isn't. Like you needed to be able to do that quickly towards the end of the game with like the snake boss area where you had to quickly get through things. And there are surfaces that are not grabbable that are options to jump to. And they did a great job having stuff like that clearly notated in the game. But in my experience that I just went through in this one, like it's still easy, but I'm bumping it up to a 2 out of 5 just for that snake part. I have a feeling if I played it on anything other than a Vive controller here, probably would have been still pretty dang easy for that part there. But for whatever reason, if you move your finger outside of like the inner 50% of this, your character will just stop moving during that part where you have to be extremely precise with your movements. And you could see the result of this. Like, it added 20 minutes to this game, and probably 50 of those deaths, at least 50 of those deaths were from the snake. And I don't know if that's a problem with PolyArc, or if it's a problem with Vive, if the HTC Vive, or if it's a problem with Steam VR. I don't know. But somebody screwed up somewhere, and it really took the wind out of this game's sails right toward the end, difficulty-wise. All right, and then overall rating. So let's see. I'm not sure if I would grade VR games on a different metric than I would anything else, because they're kind of way different from other games. Like, kind of the same way that I would judge maybe an arcade game differently from a home release game or a light gun game from anything else. I kind of hold VR games in their own separate category of like, yeah, if this was just a regular game, this would probably be shit. But because this is on this kind of rarefied format and platform, I kind of got to give them a little bit more leeway in things, especially for this new generation of VR stuff. So the art direction in this, I think, is great. Like the arts and for character art, environmental art, the 2D art, and the storybooks, all that stuff is great. That would look great even in a traditional game. And I think it suited itself really well to VR. So with VR, you're kind of at a penalty in terms of what detail you can see, just because of how the lenses amplify the pixels on the displays that you're looking at. And I think their choices here in the art style were probably geared towards that, of like, hey, you can only so much detail, show so much detail at once to the players, so just make things a little bit cartoony, and it'll come across just the same for VR players. And I like that decision, and also probably help for performance too, because this was targeted as a PS4 game initially, I guess. So yeah, graphically great, sound-wise great. I like the music, I like the voice acting, and all the audio stuff was great. Let's see, gameplay-wise, like I mentioned in the difficulty part, and what I didn't like, I felt the platforming and the combat was a little too simplistic. Like, some parts of the game gave me Prince of Persia: Sands of Time vibes. When was that? That would have been like 2003, 2004 maybe, for Prince of Persia: Sands of Time. And it kind of felt to me like a 2003 like PS2, Xbox, GameCube era game, just in VR and a different perspective. That was kind of the vibe I was getting from the game in total. That you took the core mechanics of a game from that era and maybe some of the graphics from it too, and just took all that, slapped a VR camera in it with a few extra hand control stuff in it, and then there's your game. So it felt dated in a way like that to me, which is weird because it's a VR game. Like, at once it feels new and unique because it's in VR, but at the same time, the things that you're doing in the VR world are something that probably would have been released 20 years ago. So that was a little strange. But it's not like that kind of gameplay is bad or anything. It just feels dated at this point. And yeah, obviously the problems with the final boss fight certainly soured things quite a bit for me. But I do like I do like this game in total though. Even before the snake boss fight, I'm not sure I would have given this a 5. But if I had to slap a rating on this right now, I would say this is probably above average for what it is. So I think that will be what I give Moss a 4 to 5. So there we go. Moss, PC VR, completed in just under 4 hours. 71 deaths, with the majority of them being on the final boss fights. And the majority of those were not my fault. The majority, not all of them. Some of them were me screwing up, but not most of these. And yeah, that's how I felt about this one. All right. So that is Moss. What time is it? Midnight? Oh yeah, well, we're definitely gonna get to that third thing that I had planned for tonight. Okay, so I'm gonna get set up for Galaga. PS Explosion continues after like a 2-week hiatus. So I need to clear up my VR stuff here, plug in my other stuff, and we'll get started with Galaga in a few minutes. Let's say 5 minutes from now. So if you got something to do for 5 minutes, that's how long it'll be until we do Galaga. All right? All right. Stay tuned. All right. Yes. Okay. Send out a game change tweet here. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm still hot and bothered from Moss there. Okay, so Galaga, Destination Earth, PS Explosion number 205, PlayStation, shmup, released in 2000. So this was developed by King of the Jungle Limited, published by Hasbro. So Galaga, if you might remember, was an arcade game. It was released in, what, 1980... Oh, God, 83, maybe? 82, 83? It is one of the greatest games of all time ever made. If you disagree, fight me. And it was a Namco game. And then I believe in the very late 90s, like 99, 2000 or so, Atari and Namco started commissioning weird remakes of their like earliest properties. Because obviously we have Galaga here, got a remake, and then I know Asteroids got a remake. I think Space Invaders got a remake. They're obviously pumping out Pac-Man games like nobody's business. So yeah, this was kind of a weird time where I don't know, maybe their trademarks were expiring or something, and they needed to release a new game in the series to do some weird copyright extension on them. I don't know, but for whatever reason, these games, these weird remakes got released in the late 90s and early 2000s, and they were created mostly by relatively unknown developers, and from what I've heard, most of them are pretty bad. So, so we'll see. All right. The Swarm is reborn. Galaga, Destination Earth. So it looks like we got so those are the original Galagas. And that doesn't look at all like the Galaga ship. But, okay, sure. Hasbro Interactive, E for everybody, because everybody loves blasting aliens. The only thing standing between Earth and an alien invasion is you. All the other space pilots have been eliminated. Somehow you survive. The Galaga enemies are on the move. Now you must fight or doom Earth to extinction. There is no time to plan strategies. Just find your targets and come out blasting. Battle wave upon wave of alien attack craft in this dazzling 3D edition of the arcade classic. Use special weapons, retrieve capture craft to multiply your firepower, and of course, rack up big points in the challenge stages. This is Galaga. Strap yourself in and come out firing. Alright. Yeah, this is part 1. Otherwise, I wouldn't be going over this. Features, 9 new worlds, more challenging stages, game-enhancing power-ups and special weapons, detailed 3D graphics, and landscapes. So yeah, this has... half of the game is this traditional Galaga gameplay, and then the other half of the game is Star Fox. This is literal Star Fox. Like, I played a few minutes of it, and it is... they pretty much clone Star Fox for this part of the game, which I'm really looking forward to because I love Star Fox. So I am really hoping that this is good. We'll see, though. Alright, the Swarm is reborn. Let's see. 1 player, 1 memory card block, analog control, vibration control. Developed by King of the Jungle. Never heard of this developer. Published by Hasbro. Yep. Let's see. So yeah, 1981 Namco. So yeah, 81 must have been the original Galaga. I don't see anything weird in there elsewhere. So E for everybody, mild animated violence. Sure. All right, here's the back of the disc artwork. That's yeah, that's pretty good. That's some pretty good art on there. Hasbro. Oh baby. Visit games.com. I have a feeling games.com is probably like some Bitcoin malware site now, probably. And no relation to the tigergame.com. Very different. This is games.com. And yep, and there is a Namco logo on here. There wasn't on the back of the box. Oh, there is. Never mind. There it is, right there. Boom, Namco. Okay. All right. Here's what the disc looks like. It's just the front or the behind the disc art, except on the disc this time. So yeah, looks pretty good. All pass. Yep. So will I. Okay. Let's get going. Gotta get one. I have to press this button with my keyboard here because I don't want to tear my headset out of my head like I almost did earlier. Okay. Alrighty, Galaga, huh? Alright. When am I going to do Gamecom games? Not soon enough. Log on to... I still have to figure out how to do capture for it properly. Oh shit, wrong button. That one. Oh, come on. All right, we missed some lore here, so I'm gonna reboot. My fucking OSSC. All right. We can't be missing any amazing lore. The Galaga. 3 months later, Earth forced the enemy into retreat. With the Galaga gone, Earth began to colonize. Man created colonies throughout the solar system. Expansion costs forced large defense cuts. The money was put towards terraforming research. They really love their hyphens in this game. Nanotechnology was seen as the way forward. Using self-replicated nanodroids. They also use droids here with that, I bet LucasArts didn't get any money from that. A whole planet could be Terra-Dash formed. Years later, the technology was complete. The Centurion and its fleet were launched. Testing was to take place on planet M1123. It would take 3 years to get there. That's pretty quick. 2 years after the launch, thousands of objects were found moving from M1123 towards Earth. Deep Space Explorer Centurion was told to continue. Another war was about to commence. Alright, well so far this is par for the course for shmup stories. Galaga remains were re-examined. New weaknesses had to be found. Nanomachines. Kernel. All right. Okay. Galaga, Destination Earth. Whoop, 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 whoop. All right. Loading thing. So I loaded this up earlier just to test if it works, and yeah, it does, unfortunately. All right, so music volume all the way up. This is the default settings. And they have this weird offbeat remix of the original Galaga theme, which I love. Okay, and also what I love here, in the controller select, they have every single control setup here except literal Star Fox. They do not have the Star Fox default controls in here. And that was maybe on purpose. So I'm gonna go with this, because this seems like a pretty good one. Either that or fire on square. Why'd you put fire on triangle? Like, what kind of monster does that? This looks fine, actually. So we'll do fire on that, thrust on... Okay, this looks fine. Sure. Alright. And then there's this line at the bottom of the screen, which I don't know about. This might actually be the wrong video output for this game in OSSC. So let's make sure that this is actually correct. Probably not 256. Nope. All right, what about this one? Actually, that looks more correct. Okay. All right, it's loading into an automated demo, I guess. Yeah, that looks really good. Okay. All right, let's do it. All right, so any guesses as to how long this game might be and amount of deaths? Because hell if I know. I'm gonna guess... I consider myself pretty okay at Galaga. So I'm gonna guess maximum 20 deaths. Max 20. Alright, mission briefing. Give chase to the Galaga fleet and en route collect as many merits as you can to increase your ship's capabilities. Beware of drifting debris. Okay. Do it. This is actually pretty good FMV. How good am I at Star Fox? I'm okay at Star Fox. I've never beaten it. But then again, I was, what, 12 when I played it? 11? Huh. That's surprisingly good FMV, but then again, this is a game from 2000, so they didn't have any excuses at that point, I guess.
Stage 1. Attack pattern Delta. Wave 1. Get ready.
Okay, so just like classic Galaga, I can only move left and right. And I can only fire up to 2 shots at once. Alright. And unlike regular Galaga, those don't have to go through a pattern before they're able to take a ship. Oh, and now I have the capture ability? Sure. Alright. Well, so far it's kind of hard to gauge like where hitboxes for things are. Oh, okay. So it's not letting me... it's not letting me use the thrust button right now. It's not doing any thrusting. And also, it's really hard to tell, like, how far away things are. There's very little depth there. Maybe this is because I just got done with playing a VR game. This looks destroyable. It's not, of course. Tracking distress signal. Oh, geez. Oh, man, now it's like... Now this is, what, R-type? Yo. This is... They're just doing all the genres right now, I guess. So I can't move forward and back. It's still only up and down. The audio for this game seems super low, by the way, and I don't think that's related to my audio capture settings or anything. This game is just very quiet. Are those incoming shots? Are those my shots? All right. So the players' shots are identical in color and shape to enemy shots. Also, I'm hitting the R1 and L1 buttons to roll, and it's not doing anything. Almost got him. Alright, I switched over to analog for this. Okay, so the Star Fox sections are nowhere near as deep as I thought they would be. Because so far it is just identical to the... Oh. And now this is Beachhead 2000? This is so stupid. The developers for this played every single shmup ever released and just said, yeah, let's put that in. The only way they could have improved on Galaga. That's so weird. Alright. That's one way to do it, though, I guess. My thumb already hurts from having to mash this out. I probably should have mapped fire to square. And yeah, the sound design for this game is very subdued. It's weird. Yeah, Animorphs, yep. Okay. All right. We sure shot all of them. Okay. Sure. All right. The Centurion's escape pods have home to Saturn's mining colonies. Rescue at least 22 escape pods. Reactivating the installation's point defense systems will offer additional support. Sure. All right, have a good one, Fatal. All right. Oh. That's a ship, I guess? All right. Ships don't make sounds in space. Come on. Come on. Okay. Also, if we're in space, why do you need to be thrusting downwards for hovering? This is space.
Get ready.
So I'm hitting R1 and L1, and it's not rolling. Like, maybe there's a different ship you get later in the game that lets you roll? And I'm gonna hit circle. What does circle do? I thought that was supposed to smart bomb. Okay, triangle is smart bomb. Alright. Come at me. Come at me, Galaga. Yep. Alright, hover mode. Even though we're in space, we still need to press downwards. Yeah, the little spinny ship animation. Yeah, that bothers me too, now that you mention it. I thought we were collecting 22 escape pods. Also, they're really popping up in awkward places here. Thrust ability. Okay, so now we got the thrust. Pods. What? How? Okay. Wait, I thought I enabled the. I missed an escape pod somewhere. Sure, just clip right on through there.
Wait on.
Yeah.
Get ready.
Alright, well, so far, my initial thought here, I am pretty underwhelmed. But then again, considering what this game is, you can only expect so much. It's also a little hard to aim with in 3D mode. Like, I know they give you the double crosshairs, but especially with only being able to fire 2 shots at once. 8 escape pods, okay. Like, if the firing 2 shots at once thing seemed necessary for the 2D gameplay, but it's so punishing for the 3D gameplay that it feels a little unnecessary.
Wait, 6. Get ready.
Like, yeah, clearly there was intent here to make this really cool, but it seems like there's some critical omissions to the gameplay. I can't blow this up, apparently, or I can, just not easy. Let's just smart bomb this. I don't have any smart bombs right now. I don't even know where I would get those. Okay. Hey, at least what's the frame rate been at? 56? Yeah, at least the frame rate feels solid. Like, I know my meter says that it's fluctuating a little bit, but shit, am I collecting pods here? Man, the hitbox on these escape pods is not great either. Like, it feels like I'm collecting half of these, but Galaga swarm approaching. Okay. Boss wave. Check out my SoundCloud for my latest boss wave tracks. Shit, it's dead here. Seriously? God, you get like no warning for those. Okay, so that's what those power-ups are for. Those are the health power-ups. Shit. Man, this is This is rough. Not to mention my hand is starting to kill me here. All right, so those I'll call a death. Not when I'm getting abducted by the Galagas. Those I'll call legit. Of course I'm not equipped in. Oh, your mission brief. So they give you access to this for some reason? You know what, let's... There it goes. Page complete, sure. Oh man, my thumb. Ugh. Okay. Here's hoping this game is short, because... Yeesh. Alright. And I guess you collect roll at some point to unlock the roll ability. Reactivate 3 water turbines to feed the water purifiers. Sure. Yeah, there is something weird with the audio in this. And I'm not sure if it's my cabling or what. This is why I really want to get my other PlayStations hooked up and working, because then I could just use digital audio and then not have to screw around with analog audio. Okay.
Stage 3. Attack pattern gamma. Wave 1. Get ready.
Oh, you can't use the D-pad at all in analog mode. That seems like a weird oversight. Will not let me... Okay. Oh, can I only take these out individually? Oh, shit. I took out my own ship. I got Galaga. Oh. Dang it.
Attack pattern delta.
Okay, that would be a death. Canyon run, oh baby. Get George Lucas on the phone. Oh, shit. Oh, all right. Luckily, the hit detection for walls is just as bad as it is for power-ups.
Get ready.
Hey. Oh man, this is a great sound. Is the frame rate getting pretty good here? It looks like it's slowing down a bit. If I had to guess, it's getting down to the 40s. Probably because of this particle effect right in front of me. Now it just says 30.
Wait, 3. Get ready.
27, nice. Whoop. Thought I was supposed to be turning on the water control thing too. Maneuver is activated. Okay. Oh, okay. That's what it means by roll. It physically moves you to the left or the right. So it doesn't work quite like Star Fox rolling. It does that.
Wait, 4. Get ready.
And why they wait until this far into the game to give you that, I don't know.
Get ready.
Wait, fuck.
Mission zone.
Ah, the missions. Seriously? What the hell's even hitting me here? Alright. Oh! Alright. This is fucking Tempest now. Or, shit, what was that? There was another game that had you doing this.
Get ready.
It was an arcade game. It was a Konami arcade game. Dude. This is so weird. This is like a love letter to classic arcade shmups. Except bad. Yep, every shmup. And I guess instead of being a Star Fox clone, it's more of a Star Blade, I guess. Gyrus? I think that's what I'm thinking of. Gyrus?
Wait, 6. Get ready.
Do this. Yeah, this is totally Gyrus.
Get ready.
Being only able to fire 2 shots is a bummer. Dang. Like, I'm trying to think of what other type of shmup has there been that we haven't seen yet.
Get ready.
What? That didn't count as destroying them? What the hell? Miss command? Yeah, and centipede? Yep.
Attack pattern Delta. Get ready.
I guess, oh, what about Defender? Defender would probably be another type where you can move clearly back and forth on a 2D plane. So backwards and forwards on a side scroller. Like there, that's one. And maybe like free movement 3D shooter, like Robotron maybe? What other shmups can this game rip off? Sorry, be inspired by. Frame rate's getting a little tasty here. Okay, I got a... Oh, I briefly had one of those things. It seems that you can spam these dodges as many times as you want. So I guess there's... And as quickly as you want. So there's almost no reason to get hit now that you have them at this point in the game. Unless you're just dodging so quickly that you're just getting hit by everything. Yeah, they can't all sue us, not all at once. Maybe that's why they used an unknown developer. They just make this game, release it, and then just close up shop right afterwards. Can't sue an entity that doesn't exist. Alright. Yep, we got maneuvers. Located the Galaga in the mining colony sector, they will attempt to harness the power of the fusion generators to destroy all the generators on Mars. Okay. Alright. Sure. This cutscene reminds me of something out of Wing Commander 3. I don't know why just this one in particular, but this seems like the grainy FMV for this one.
Stage 4. Attack pattern Gamma. Wait, one. Get ready.
Nope, those aren't shots, okay. What? Yo, okay. Whoops. Just an opportunity to... Okay.
Attack at Alpha. Wait, 2. Get ready.
There's like no health power-ups in the stage. It's not so far. Gonna need health if I... Health? There we go. Alright, another canyon.
Attack at Delta.
Yep.
3. Get ready. Attack at Alpha. Wait, 4. Get ready.
So these things in particular seem pretty dangerous. Also, it appears that your extra ship doesn't have collision. Oh, I'll rip that ship.
Mission solved.
Okay, thermo generators. Those are those things?
Wait, 5. Get ready.
Well, I'll give this game one thing at least. At least there's more mechanics to this than there are for Star Fox. Star Fox did not have you taking out objectives mid-mission. Like I don't even think Star Fox 64 had that. And this is clearly using CD audio because there's a
Wait, 6.
huge delay between new tracks. Okay.
Wait, settle. Get ready.
All right. Okay, so clearly these things at the purple center are going to be the biggest threat. Oh, and also being run into by these things. What is it, this music track? Is it like 20 seconds long and they keep screwing up the loop to it? Alien Ruin. Okay. Alright. Another turret shooter. Okay. Just kind of dumps you out of the turret shooter. All right, music, come back. There it is. Stage complete. Well, that was exciting. I don't know. There's things I like about this game, but the audio design just seems really weird to me. We got an extra shield? Okay. Sure. The sun... Oh, God. The sun's solar plants are proving to be an excellent source of fusion fuel for the Galaga. Shut down as many of these as possible. Watch out for the lava plumes bursting from its surface. Alright. This seems safe. $47 minutes. Why do I get the feeling we're almost all the way through this game? A British dev? Oh, nice.
Stage 5. Attack pattern alpha. Wait, 1. Get ready.
Alright, this stage sure is easy on the eyes. Okay, good. There are shield power-ups mid stage though. During this wave, which is very nice of them to do because it is really hard to see enemy shots with this background. Like this is well, like what the hell? The background is orange red and then enemy fire is orange and red. And it's not like I'm colorblind or anything. This is just really hard to see. I already forgot what the... Alright, what's our mission here? Okay, just shoot him. Shoot him down. those ones take a little bit too long to shoot down. Actually, maybe you can only shoot him down from the front. Well, no. Maybe they no, I guess maybe they just take forever. Alright. Solar collectors. Oops. Oh, all right. Hey.
Wait, 3, get ready.
Yep.
Wait, 4,
Whew.
get ready.
They're gonna... Alright. Okay. Let's not blow up my own ship this time. Okay, come at me. Fuck. Okay, alright. I guess I do technically lose the ship once it gets blown up. And now it's already gone. Great. Watch for processing equipment. What? This whole stage is nothing but processing equipment. Oh, okay.
Wait, 5, get ready.
How are you supposed to... So I'm trying not to get hit by these plumes here. But I still managed to run into most of them.
Get ready.
Also, the game stopped giving me shield power-ups. Which is not great. Because I'm getting hit by everything. Eh. Solar collectors detect head. Okay. Nice. Nice. All right.
Get ready.
Okay. So we got a ship with a triple shot that is hitting actually literally nothing. Man, it is really hard to aim in this stage for some reason. Like, it seems like I'm lining up my shots best I can, but I'm just missing everything. Alright, this is more like it. A missile. Guided missile. Extra ship. Now I don't even have to aim. This works out nicely. Yep. Whew. All right. Well, I don't want to jinx things here, but so far this is pretty easy. And I'm sure now the game is gonna get impossible. Okay. Yeah. Alright, next mission, Moon. We're getting closer and closer to the Earth, I guess. You must now reactivate the life support power supplies to save the Moon colonists. The Galaga have reprogrammed Moon's defense missiles to attack Earth. Destroy the missiles being launched from the missile field. Is this it? Is this the... Is this missile command? This would be the time to do it. Either that or on Earth. Alright, place your bets. I'm betting yes. Where I'm just moving a cursor around on screen.
Stage 6. Attack at Alpha. Wave 1. Get ready.
This is pretty good to get to. Quantity.
Gamma. Wait. Get ready.
This music sounds familiar too. Like the backing track to this, the doo 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 doo. It sounds like something from another game. Or another song. Can't put my finger on it. That ship ever gonna come back?
Attack at Alpha.
Yeah, they could also do asteroids, yep.
Get ready.
Yeah, the asteroid mission was the first mission though. So they'd have to do another mission in an asteroid area. We'll never get to hear the do 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 do. Oh no, that's not it. That's the between stage music. It's do 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 do. Oh no, that shit, that's Mega Man. Okay, it's close to that. It's like that. It's been a while since I played Galaga.
Wait for me. Get ready.
Man, hit a little too much here. These enemies are by far and away the most annoying to fight. Okay, where's this gonna put me? Alright. I am almost tempted to just use my smart bomb on him. Oh my god. Like they take 1 billion hits to kill. Okay. Jesus. Oh yeah, Zaxxon, yeah, for isometric. Let's see. There's also, I forget the name of it, but it's I hunger. I'm coming for you, human. That game? I forget what it is. I think that one also got a remake. Sinistar, I think, maybe? Yeah, Sinistar. Arcade game. Where the antagonist of the game would taunt you while it was being created. It was kind of asteroid style gameplay, or geez, what was that? There was a free-to-play game in the early 2000s, maybe 90s. Oh, I'm supposed to be blowing these up, aren't I? Shit. Mission failed. Okay. Alright, that counts as a death, I guess. Yo, do they give you a game over screen? Oh, it starts the level completely over. Oh, dang. Okay. Alright, I guess I better pay much more attention. Because you have to shoot down all of the missiles. You can't miss any of them.
Stage 6.
Okay.
Alpha.
Well, great.
1. Get ready.
Now I know I need to pay full attention to the mission zone of this level.
Attack at Gamma. Wave 2. Get ready. Attack at Alpha. Get ready.
This might be the stage where we find out if there is any sort of continuous system in this game. I'm hoping there is, because shit, there is continues in original Galaga. Of course, 39 out of 40. Okay.
Mission zone.
All right, mission zone. Shoot down the missiles. Oh no, I gotta power up these things. All right, it's the second mission zone. I think I missed one. Hopefully it won't matter. Okay. Mission zone cleared. Shit.
Wave 3. Get ready.
Fucking hell. These things. Ugh. Like, and how the fuck are you even... Like, these things are only attackable for, like, a split second. Is this a fucking game over? Okay, credits 3. Alright. I think I'm just gonna use my smart bomb on those things, because oh my god. What a pain in the ass. Or maybe leave
Stage 6.
leave one or two of the other types of enemies alive
Wave 1. Get ready.
at that point. So then I can at least shoot them while they're not spawning in and giving me the business. That's probably the way you're supposed to do it. I don't have my quick dodge anymore. Yo. What?
Attack at Gamma.
I...
Wave 2. Get ready.
Are you shitting me? It's something you get by by having a high score or something. What? So not only... Wow. Not only are you using up a credit, they also actively make it more difficult. This is not ideal.
Attack at Alpha. Get ready.
I also can't see shit here with this. This extra ship over here. Of course. Alright.
Mission failed.
I also can't increase my speed anymore either. This is extra horrible. Alright.
Get ready.
So I can't speed up, I can't quick dodge. This is all I got to work with. Fucking hell. Ugh. Seriously? Alright, give me my shit back. Okay, so I gotta leave that one alive. Seriously? And now it's... Ugh. Ugh. That is the worst enemy in the game. By far and away, this thing. These red big boys. Oh, crap. Of course, I can't hit the side of a barn right now. Alright, come on. Come on. Just die. Jesus. Not me. Ugh. Like, how can you even hit those things when they're coming at you? Like, shit. Like, how are you even expected to hit those? Alright, you know what? It didn't even kill it! Dude. These things are just bad design. I also can't, like, charge up my shots either to hit them. And I'm pretty sure it's not attacking in the same spot every time. Yeah, it's not even attacking in the same spot every time, too.
Delta. Wait.
Holy shit.
Get ready.
Alright. Can it come at me here? Or... Okay, so I have to hit the missiles. Oh, it's also this. Okay, after this, I have to hit the missiles. I don't think I've been getting extra lives from this either. Like, at least in original Galaga, they gave you life ups. Alright. Must hit the missiles. How can you even hit all of them? Wait, and now I have extra speed boost? Dude, yo. And now they gave me a speed boost, but... Like... Oh, shit. This is awful. This game was so easy right up until this stage. So how am I expected to hit both of those missiles when I can't do the quick dodge now?
Get ready.
Like... I guess you just have to kind of know after the first one to be aiming in the far left or far right, and then don't miss. God. I'm hitting the dodge button and I don't have a dodge because they took my dodge.
Wait. Get ready.
Yep. Well, I'm running on the assumption that this is the second to last level, with the last level probably being Earth. And that there probably is supposed to be a larger difficulty spike here. So yeah, those things can be killed from the back, it looks like. It's just really hard. They just have a shitload of shields. And I guess you can get them in one hit with a hit from the front, but being able to do that when they're right up in your face is just like is apparently impossible. Yeah, the red ship section is bullshit. Like, other than that, it's fine, but man, the red ship thing is actually unfair. Oh. there's a UFO over there. How is that hitting me? I was nowhere near that. Come on. Okay, these motherfuckers. Let's see if I can... Alright. Oh no, I'm at 0 ships. Are you... Oh...
Six. At Alpha.
Oh boy.
Wave 1. Get ready.
Clearly I can't... About to say I can't afford to lose any ships at this point, but... There we go, losing my ships.
Attack at Gamma. Wave 2. Get ready.
These things are much easier to kill when they are that far away from you.
Attack at Alpha.
Like, those things are no problem.
Get ready. Mission failed.
Okay.
Wave 3. Get ready.
All right. So this is the problem wave. All right. And, yep. And then I get hit twice by it, of course. Alright, got some quality hits on it there. I'm trying to line up shots on those things while trying not to get hit by everything else. Oh, man. Okay, alright, one down. Get that other one. And then we will be golden. Fucking... Alright, die. Die, 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 die. Die, please. Oh! Are you fucking... Alright, please die. Please die. Dude. Dude, come on. Oh my god. Where'd it go? Oh, did I get it? Okay. Alright. Alright. And then we can... Can I capture this one? Yeah. Alright. Okay. Alright. Things are looking up. And then I just lost it. Great. Cool. Okay, so after this segment, there's going to be a rocket to the left, and then I need to stay left and hit the rocket immediately after that, and then move over to the one on the other end, which is going to be on the far right. I can't be chasing power-ups in that part, because it's going to be a game over regardless. Okay. All right. I missed a missile? Did I miss a missile already? Okay, alright. Okay. Missile threat removed. Alright. We just gotta run through the tape now. Oh, all right. Okay. Okay.
Get ready.
All right, and I still have my smart bomb. Mission zone. Fucking hell. Alright, Central Colony. Reactivate 10 power cores. Hello? Okay. Mission accomplished. Okay, stage over. Stage complete. Stage complete. Maneuvers activated. Okay. Alright, it must be score-based.
7. Get ready.
Alright, I gotta remember I have a dodge button now. Fucking hell. Oh man.
Get ready.
Of course, it's the red ones again. Oh wait, those are mines. What even hit me there? Alright, I'm considering just... Okay. Are you fucking kidding me? I used my smart bomb right... And now I just lost my smart bomb. Fucking kidding me. Like,
Get ready.
what? I'm trying to figure out even what the blast radius is for the bomb. This also would have been a great wave to use smart bomb on. Like, how are you expected to be able to aim like this? This is such a mess. Especially when you get to the edges of the screen. Like, trying to aim properly like this is extremely difficult. Okay. Oh, all right. Boss wave, please.
Get ready.
God. This is a lot of enemies on screen at once. And they keep coming. Dude. Oh, I can't even tell what's hitting me half the time now. Dude. Oh, come on. What? What? No, I had a life left. I had a life left. No way. I had a life left. It's supposed to go to 0 and then... What? Did I get instantly killed? Dude, what? No way. I had 1 life left.
Stage 6. Attack pattern alpha.
Okay. Well, now I know to save my smart bomb for that. Because clearly that is going to be the hardest part. Yeah, either that was a bug or I just don't understand how lives work in this game, which is entirely possible. Like maybe once the counter hits 0, it's over and not you're on your last life, which is probably likely.
Attack pattern damage. 1, 2.
Even though I'm pretty sure I played previous levels on a 0 on the counter before and still been able to play. But I guess that's how it worked in the original game, so maybe that's why.
Attack pattern
I
alpha.
really want to turn on turbo for this, but
Get ready.
alright. Alright, we're just gonna turbo. I'm sick of mashing. Alright, let it be known, at this point in the playthrough, I have turned on turbo on the fire button. Because my thumb is killing me. And it's also my first perfect. Nailed it.
Mission solved.
My speedrun is now invalid. Turns out this is a lot easier with turbo. Yeah, I'd like to be able to use my thumb tomorrow, so this is probably gonna be the best play here. Oh, shit. That's right. Go after this thing. Shit. Okay. See how much quicker I could take out that thing? With fucking turbo.
Wait, 4. Get ready. Attack pattern alpha.
Also, I'm keeping my extra sip alive way longer with turbo. It's also, turbo is also making the frame rate get real good, which is making this a little bit easier. Hey, Aperture, what controller am I using? I'm using the Kiwami Dan with the D-pad in the normal place. Okay, missile field. Well, that's rip already. Are you shitting me? None of those shots hit that missile. None of those shots hit that missile. Amazing. Amazing. Though to be fair, I completely forgot that that's where that part of the level is. Fucking hell. Oh, man.
Stage 6. Attack Pattern Alpha. Wave 1. Get ready. Attack Pattern Gamma. Wave 2. Get ready.
So because of the way that Galaga's firing works, normally you can only fire 2 shots at a time, but if you land a shot, you can fire again immediately, which makes using a turbo controller even more strong in this, because you can fire extremely fast. I wonder if you can farm merits in this by just waiting for them to appear. Alright, come on. Alright.
Attack Pattern Alpha. Get ready.
Seems like I'm firing slower here.
Mission solved. Wave 3. Get ready.
Alright, so this is a wave with the bullshit enemies. Yeah, give him the business, give him the business. Like, man, they take so many shots. Fucking hell. Like, look at that shit. fucking red ship. Okay, fine. Dude, what the fuck are you supposed to do about those ships? Like, these things are just actual bullshit, so I just have to face tank it on a brand new life.
Get ready.
Man.
Attack at Alpha.
Alright, that health.
Get ready.
Okay. Alright, so after this challenge is the missile section. Alright, missile section is this. Okay. So I gotta boost a little bit for the beginning.
Mission solved.
There's a missile on the left. Okay. Alright. 2 more. Okay. Alright, missiles destroyed. I still have my...
Get ready.
Alright, I still have my... smart bomb. Dude, what the
Attack at Delta.
Okay, alright.
Get ready.
How did that not capture that ship? Okay.
Attack at
Alright. We're good.
mission solved.
Okay. Alright, maneuver's activated. Alright, we got our dodge back. And I still managed to run into things. Because I can't tell where they are, where they're coming from.
Wave 7. Get ready.
Alright, still not the boss wave yet. I gotta save my smart bomb. Alright.
Wave 8. Get ready.
Alright, so these big red things are kind of more dangerous than the bombs are. What? Dude, no, come on. You just hang out in the front, huh?
Wait. Get ready.
All right. Oh my god. Please.
Get ready.
Alright, I think more should be spawning in here soon. I want to save my smart bomb until I clear out nearly all. Okay, I think they're just about done spawning. No, not quite. Okay. Alright. Smart bomb. Okay. Alright. Okay. And there's probably another mission after this too. And I don't have any credits left. Nice. One life left. Orbit. Spawning podules in preparation for invasion. Destroy 34 Galaga spawning podules. Also be on the lookout for defense cannon, which you can knock onto. Okay. Yep, the spawning. Oh, that's an arrow from Wing Commander 3. Nice. I'm making jet sounds in space again. Oh, okay. Man, this, you can clearly tell where the moon level was in the depth chart.
Stage 7. Attack at Gamma.
Yeah, the arrow is pretty good.
Get ready.
But once you get the Excalibur, there's no reason to use anything but that. Dude, what? How are you supposed to avoid that? Oh, this formation again. Great. Okay.
Attack at Alpha. Wait. Get ready.
Defense cannon. Okay. Just
Wait for me. Get ready.
nice defense cannon. Take out that thing ASAP. Dude, look at how tanky that thing is. What the fuck? Alright. Gonna have to use this to take out that thing, I guess.
Attack at Delta. Wait for. Get ready.
Maybe those actually are invulnerable from the back.
Wait. Get ready.
And then they shake their butt at you. What?
Attack at Alpha. Get ready.
What's the mission? Destroy 12 modules? Those modules? Okay. Oh, these hexagon things. Okay. I missed one, clearly. Then again, I couldn't see it. Well, I got 8 out of 12. There. I need 2 more. I don't see 2 more. Oh shit, there's one below. Okay. Mission accomplished. Alright. Here's some help. Whew. That was a little sketchy. Alright. Oh, good. Oh, good. Okay, those are just pins. Oh. Okay. Alright. 10 more modules. We have 56 seconds. No way. No way. No way. Okay. Alright, good. There's more ships. Okay. Alright. Please be helped some. Oh my god. Get health and then immediately get hit. Nice.
Get ready.
This is a really bad place to have a vertical shooting stage when there's a whole bunch of level geometry in the way. Oh yeah, I guess I did get an explode. That's something. Alright. Down here. Mission accomplished. Get that health. Don't get hit. Okay. Alright. More health. Okay.
Wait, 7. Get ready.
Oh, good. More of these things. Alright, please die. Okay. Alright, so it looks like you can do a bunch of damage to those. But for whatever reason in that one stage, they just got too close to you when they did their little turnaround thing. So that had to have been a programming error. Like they placed the enemy plane too close to you, I guess. And it caused those guys to get unnecessarily in your face. Okay. All right, that was the boss, I guess. Okay. Holy crap, that's so much easier than the moon mission. All right. Stage 7 complete. Okay. Next mission, Earth. Galaga are attempting to convert Earth's air using our own atmosphere processors. Disable all 7 citywide fans. Time is of the essence, so when you are within range, go as fast as possible. Great. Alright, now it's appropriate for jet sounds here, because we are in atmosphere. That's some good looking terrain there. Now this reminds me of Overblood 2. Okay, I'm assuming this is the final mission. Maybe.
Stage 8.
Okay, alright, no pressure or anything.
Attack at Gamma. Wave 1. Get ready. Wave 2. Get ready.
Alright. City core. So we gotta disable fans.
Attack at Alpha.
Why'd it go to...
Wait, 3. Get ready.
Why did it go to side scroll for... These are amazing billboards, by the way. I'm baffled as to why it went into side scrolling there for 2 seconds. Oh, missed one. Yep. Yeah, they got the boombox accessory. Yes, perfect. Alright, I guess I'm not going after merits. It's gonna be like that. Holy crap. Alright. It's pretty nice that I've held on to this extra shit for so long.
Get ready.
Nope. Perfect. Wait, what? It did. Oh. Got him. Hey.
Wait, 5. Get ready.
Okay. Central core.
Mission failed.
Man detected. Alright. Oh, so when they say disable the fans, they mean just shoot it. A whole bunch. Got it. Yeah. How did I not get that? Oh shit. You're supposed to be boosting through this. Okay. Hey later, Hidden. Have a good one. Not gonna see the thrilling conclusion to Galaga Destination Earth. Alright. Yo, extra lives for days here. Okay. Hey. Alright.
Wait, 7. Get ready.
I don't want to jinx things and say I'm feeling good about my chances with all this extra lives. Because I am a known choker. Awesome. Yo, what? Are you? Oh, man. All right. Stage complete. Okay. That surely can't be the final stage and final boss. Because that's... surely not. Surely not. Interesting that it doesn't give you any bonus points or anything for keeping the smart bomb. Alright, next mission, Planetoid. Destroy every Galaga hive you can find. You must stop them from respawning before we nuke the planetoid. Oh, okay. This is probably the final one. But, wait. We're heading back to Earth? Huh. Okay, this is probably not Earth.
Attack at Alpha. Wave 1. Get ready.
Oh, these are OG Galaga enemies now. We're taking the fight to the Galaga planet. Nice. Just hit by random shit. Nice. Alright, destroy 5 Galaga hives. You have 20 seconds. Alright, that's 4. Okay.
Wait 3. Get ready.
Shit. Okay, those are... Alright. I'm verbally, mentally reminding myself that I have smart bombs. I don't think I'll need to use them here, but... reminding myself that I have them. Frame rate is getting really good here. only have three health. Get health if I can. Sometimes they spawn nowhere near where the portal is. Which... that's pretty unfair, in my opinion. Okay. Still 3 health. Mission zone. Alright, hit the gas. Hit that health. Mission accomplished. That health. Okay. It is hard to mentally keep track of everything coming at me on this. Alright. Alright, 2 health. Still have a smart bomb. This looks like a mission zone coming up here. Canyon. Alright. All hives destroyed? There was only one. What? Alright. Sure? All right. Oh. Okay. All right.
Wait, hey, get ready.
All right. This could be it. Oh, I just realized we never got that that missile defense stage. Maybe that'll be a bonus stage. Shit. So my ship got captured. That's not a life lost unless I need to know which of those ships has my that's my ship. Alright, let's just do that. Oh, that was the boss, okay. Well, I lost a ship, so we'll do that. Okay. Surely that's not the final stage. Oh. The planet gonna blow up? Planetoid, sorry. Oh man. Alright, that's a pretty good planet explosion. Uh-oh. Okay, maybe there is a stage 10. Final stage complete. Okay, maybe you're supposed to do this on a 1cc to actually get a good ending, maybe? Oh, okay. Hey, Cyrus. Yep. Here for the thrilling conclusion to Galaga Destination Earth. Yeah, and that's Let's see. So what was I? I was ST was F, so that's final stage. Hit percent 38. So yeah, maybe you need a higher hit percent or to do it all on one credit to get the real ending. Maybe I don't. Does it show credits? It doesn't even show credits. Though there is a credits thing on the, and they call it setting save. Nice. And that's it. That's the game. Simulator. All right, hold up. What is this? We train Galaga tactics and capabilities. Survive as long as you can. There are no mission objectives. Okay, so this is new. This wasn't there when we started. Is this classic Galaga? Oh. Okay, so maybe this is just a high score attack, maybe? Yeah, this game is more than double what I thought it would be. I thought this would be less than 90 minutes.
Get ready.
So this is just... Yeah, and they don't even get to give you the upgrades here either. Huh. Well, this sure just seems like an infinite...
Attack at Alpha. Wave 2. Get ready.
Infinite waves. A survival mode, I guess. Which... yeah, okay, yeah. Sure, that's how long I survived. Okay. Alright, let's take a look at the credits and get your predictions in for what the save icon looks like. I'm guessing it looks like... maybe that spinny ship icon there? That's my cursor? That's what I'm guessing it is. It's just that. Alright, King of the Jungle. If it's not the ship, yeah. Interesting that they're listing QA before the art and music and all that. Usually QA is farther down the list, but I don't know. Yeah, they have some weird attribution things in their contracts. This song's a banger, by the way. This Galaga remix. Okay, cool. And it's not a looping credits either. All right, so high score. Yep, that's what we saw before. Okay. All right. Let's see what the save icon is. So yeah, my guess is the spinny icon. Let's see. All right. And the icon is Yep. Well, that's not quite the Galaga ship. It's not the Galaga 8 or the 88, Galaga 88 ship either. Yeah, it's the Gapless ship. I don't know. But sure, that is the Galaga ship. Galaga. All right. We beat it. Let's cut the timer here. Turn off this. All right, boom. Okay. Galaga, huh? All right, completed. Absolutely. Did I cheat? No, I didn't. Unless you count using a turbo controller, in which case you're a horrible person. I did not cheat. Turbo's not a cheat. Alright, things I liked. For the most part, kept the Galaga spirit. Kind of fun in a mindless way. Replay value for higher score. Most of the game felt fair. Let's see. Longer than I thought it would be. FMVs are really good. FMVs, sure. Yeah, the FMVs really stand out for like for kind of a game you'd expect to be low effort throwaway game. Actually, really good FMV sequences between stages. But this is a game from 2000, but still, there was games with crap FMVs well into the 2000s. So, I think they did a particularly good job with that one. Let's see. The main menu theme was amazing. Yeah, sure. Yep, that's fine. Things I did not like. The moon level. A little too easy. Especially for a game that doesn't have variable difficulty levels, where it's just one difficulty level all the way through. I didn't notice anything extra unlock in regards to difficulty. So I guess it's up to the player to add more difficulty to it, but like, okay, I have to do it on 1cc or else I'm resetting. Things like that. So that kind of limits replayability. Let's see. Oh, also, things I did like. Had a very large mix of shoot 'em up variations. So we saw the top-down scrolly vertical shmup. We had the side-scrolling horizontal shmup. So you could only move up and down. You couldn't move side to side in that. You had the over-the-shoulder 3D ones like Star Fox. We had the turret shooter segment, like in Beachhead 2000, I think is probably the best example of that genre of game. And then we also had the tube shooter, like Tempest and Gyrus. So there are 5 different styles of shmup in this game, not the 2 that the back of the box advertised. There's 5 in this one. Okay. Dank memes. Planet blown up. Yep, blown up. Drum bass, I don't remember any. Ayla Mouse, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see. Alright, difficulty to hard. So, I am bad at shmups. I was able to beat this game all the way through on my first try. I was still on my final credit and only had a couple lives left, but I did beat it. So already immediately, it's gonna be one of these two. I didn't feel like I was having much difficulty hitting enemies, especially Turbo on. Turbo absolutely helped with this. Like I probably would not have beaten this game on the first time through it without using Turbo. One, because my thumb would have worn out on me at some point, and then 2, because it just did so much more damage over time than would have been possible mashing. So I didn't completely breeze through it, and it still wasn't a huge challenge. So, in gonna give it that because yeah, it wasn't stupid easy. Like if I did it 1 CC or 1 credit clear on my first time through, then that would be an easy 1 out of 5 on difficulty. But there is some difficulty to this, especially the trickier parts like the moon mission. So I'll give this a 2. All right, and then rating 1 to 5. So this game wasn't horrible. I was expecting this game to be just complete garbage as like kind of a throwaway cash-in game, and it was not. This game was actually pretty decent. There's only so much you can do with a Galaga type game without making it something else. And even though this had 5 different styles of shmup in it, it still felt like a Galaga game. So I think they nailed that. With the being able to fire only 2 shots at once, they kept that from original Galaga, and being able to have your fighter captured and also capture other fighters, that's a thing that they... Or capture the Galagas, that's a thing that they added in, I think Galaga 88 on the PC Engine, and I guess in arcades as well. So it's great that they were able to integrate that into their Galaga. I wouldn't say this is a reboot. It's more like a continuation of the style of Galaga gameplay. I would call something like Galaga Legions on Xbox 360. That I'd call a reboot because that ain't Galaga. So graphically, I think it was fine. The graphics looked pretty decent. Like the FMVs are amazing. The in-game graphics were serviceable. The frame rate never got super bad. It did dip a little bit, which you don't want to have happen in a shmup. You want a solid frame rate as much as you can, unless it makes it easier to dodge stuff. But you almost never have to dodge stuff in this game. So all it did was make enemies take longer to kill. Audio in stages was just there, nothing extraordinary there. The main menu theme was great. Most of this game, I'd say, it was fun to play, but it wasn't like, oh man, I want to see what happens next. It was more like, yeah, this is more of the same. It would have been nice if there were even more variety to the enemy types, because it still felt like I was fighting just the same thing over and over and over again for pretty much the whole game. And the variety that they added in was those missions, which were, hey, shoot this thing, or shoot this thing in time. So, yeah, they probably did the best they could with that. That said, though, I like this game. And this is not just me as a Galaga fanboy saying this. Even if I didn't care about Galaga at all, this game's actually pretty good. I'd say that this is an above average game. I expected this to be like a 1 or a 2. I'm actually gonna give it a 4. This game is not bad. It's not something I could see myself playing over and over again. I don't think I'll ever play it again after this, unless I had a really good reason to, but I really like this game. Alright, Galaga Destination Earth. 2 hours, 37 minutes, 15 deaths. PS Explosion number 205. A 4 out of 5. Alright. Okay, so that was PS Explosion number 205. PS Explosion number 206 is Monkey Hero, a bizarre, like, action top-down action game that will only run on a PS1. At least the North American version will. So that one will be the next PS Explosion game, and let's see what PS Explosion number 207 is with the old randomizer here. Alright, and PS Explosion number 207 is Auto Destruct. Okay. Sure. 97. So this is a very early PS1 game. This looks a whole lot like, this looks like 007 colon racing. And that's not a good thing. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna step away for a minute or two, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna do that third thing that I talked about at the beginning of the stream. And we'll find out what that is shortly. Alright, I'll be back. Alright. Impromptu makeup stream? What would I be making up? Alright. Okay. So I gotta shut down this. Alright, so. It's over to the other screen. Of course, it's opened up the window on the wrong screen here. Alright, so. This next thing is something that I've been waiting quite a long time for. And I can't wait to play it. So I got my PS4 back 2 days ago. And I've been meaning to play this ever since the demo came out. Which was a few weeks ago. So, but I haven't had my PS4 with me until a couple days ago. So, let's get into it, shall we? All right, gotta change over this, that, turn on that, toss link, unmute this, mute this. Okay. All right, later, Colin. Have a good one. All right, let's do it. So, as far as my experience with FF7, it is my second favorite Final Fantasy, and I have played through FF7 on PS1 about 6 times, and I played through it on PC about 8 times. On the original disc release and also on Steam. So I played through FF7 a time or two before. And I've intentionally been avoiding most of the content that they put out for this. So this will be new to me. All right. The audio sounds a little weird, like it's super compressed or something. I don't know if Aquas did anything weird to this. Linear PCM. Oh, that sounds right. Huh. Huh. Yeah. Whatever. It just sounds like that. Okay. Alright, let's do it. Inverted x-axis, inverted y-axis. Oh, it's affecting my voice too? Really? my mic audio is glitching. What the hell? Check. This is a test. Huh. That's weird. Like I don't have any high, huh. That's weird. Alright, hold on. Let me... What the hell? And it only just now happened, now that, I launched the game. Alright, checking mic audio. Yeah, that sounds fine, monitoring it in, OBS. What the hell? It sounds fine in OBS, so it's just on the output? Alright, what about now? Does it sound fine in this? Check. This is a check of microphone audio. What about OC Remix? It's fine now? What? 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 So why is PS4? What? All right. Well. Oh shit. All right, back into the game. Okay. All right, now it sounds fine. This sounds like proper PS4 audio now. I'm assuming the mic is good now too. Check. Mic check. Because it sounds fine in my ears now. All right, I'm going to assume that is fine now. All right. You think so? Okay. All right. Select the difficulty of the game. Thing but changed anytime. Classic is recommended if you want to focus on using commands in battle. Standard difficulty, full experience battles as well as story. Enjoy the story without worrying about battles. Player control character will attack and defend automatically, allowing you to defend on executing commands. Battle difficulty is the same as easy. Oh, jeez. Okay. All right. Normal it is. All right. Sure. That's bizarre that the PS3 would do that. Probably interference. Well, my microphone uses radio. It doesn't use Bluetooth. But maybe I'll have to get out of USB. Use it in USB mode, maybe. Problem with this is that the cable is really short. And I also can't reach it right now, so. That's great. Well, hopefully it's not because of motherboard damage. Because my my shipment with my PS4 got a little roughed up in the mail. So I'm hoping it isn't some weird motherboard damage from that. can't even tell if this is real time or not. This is not real time.
Get down here, Merc.
Okay, maybe it is. Alright. Alright, I'm playing this on PS4 Pro, and apparently this is 60 FPS, according to my calculator thing. I don't believe that, though. Okay, so squares attack.
Halt! Who goes there? You're up.
Alright. Square to attack, hold square to unleash AoE. Okay.
You're coming with us. Nice and easy.
Don't think so.
Okay. Alright. Okay, so does this body here still have items in it, like in the original game? It doesn't look like it. I'm already disappointed. Already disappointed. Canceling my pre-order. Eh? Oh, that's right. I haven't used the PS4 in a long time, so the select button is the share button.
Who in the hell? Hands where I can see them.
Have fun.
ATB gauge fills as time passes. End by attacking. Okay, that also fills in. Special actions, charges. Okay.
Freeze! Move and we shoot.
Go ahead. It's over. Enough. Enough of this.
Oh, or I just kill him right away. Got it. Click the map. Start. Access the map with the middle button. You're close to it to jump. Alright. Automatic actions, great. Map screen, scenario, lay the land, yep. So far this is roughly the same layout as the original game.
Drop the weapon.
You got this.
Yeah, what he said.
R1 to guard, circle to evade.
You're coming with us.
Can't get surrounded. Try harder. See ya.
Yep.
That it?
No first person view here. Okay. Sector 5, Sector 8, yep. And yeah, this is a great looking game. Okay. Icicle in mineral water. Okay. Go down. Okay. Man, this is way more stuff to do than the original game here.
So what's Soldier Boy's deal? Is he one of us now? He's got balls, this, what was his name again?
Cloud Strife.
Right.
And he isn't a soldier anymore. Still, he's a professional, unlike the rest of us. I'm glad to have him.
This is a one-time gig. When it's done, we're done.
Real joy to work with, though.
Real joy to look at, too.
You'll keep us safe.
Here we go.
Right, Cloud?
Looks are what people notice first.
Guess I'm not on the same page as people.
I'd say you're...
Okay, R1 is also run. Or sprint.
Or even the same...
Give it a rest.
Come on, nobody do something this crazy just for money. They may not think you're a true believer, but you know what I think?
Not interested.
What?
Wedge. You better be worth the money, Merc. Every last gill.
Okay. Man, such a good-looking game. R3 to lock onto targets.
Get him, boy!
Calling fire. Guess you're first. This over.
Hey!
Looks like you're next.
Okay.
Nothing to it.
Hey, Cloud! Elevator's over there! Catch up soon!
Okay. There's no main menu, I guess. You gotta do it in this. Okay.
This way. Huh. Not so fast. We've got company.
Should be easy. No escape. Enough. Not bad.
Okay.
There's one!
You have to hold just to wait to...
Come on, Cloud!
Pick up the pace.
Man, this is all real time, apparently. Really impressive.
Soldiers may attack on command, but I hear they make good guard dogs too. Bet you've seen a few reactors. So how do we get to the bridge above Mako storage? Ain't holding out on me, are you? Stamp scared to bite the hand that fed him? Or is he a loyal little doggy? Have it your way, Mutt. We can do this with you, or we can do this without you.
Different reactor, different layout. Depends when it was built. Never seen one like this, but I'll manage.
Don't you worry. Biggs will have the door open soon.
Sounds like the audio is getting screwed up again.
I'm watching you.
In 3, 2... Damn, I'm good.
Who's there? Door! Oh, wait!
This didn't happen in
It's over!
the original.
That's my line.
Balance operator back. Okay.
He's alone!
Ah, okay, so you can counter.
We can take it! Take it, Ray!
Yeah, that's pretty strong.
Nothing to it.
We're back!
Then let's move.
He always knows just what to say.
Cut it out! Simmer down, hotshot.
It's a good thing I know someone who can get us the passcodes. Pity no one else at command will talk to us, but what can you do? And we're good.
Careful in there. I got this place covered.
Okay, Phoenix down. There was... in the original game, there's another room over here. But I guess that's not in this one.
So, you know Tifa, right? It's not really my business, but are you guys close?
Tifa and I...
This also wasn't in the...
These sewer rats appear to call themselves Avalanche, sir. We are currently investigating whether they belong to the same group that made the attempt on your life. Rest assured, our inquiries will not take much longer. This pump's sole purpose is to drain the planet dry. While you sleep, while you eat, while you shit, it's here sucking up Mako. It doesn't rest, and it doesn't care. You do realize what Mako is, don't you? Mako is the lifeblood of our world. The planet bleeds green like you and me bleed red. The hell you think's gonna happen when it's all gone, huh? Answer me! You gonna stand there and pretend you can't hear the planet crying out in pain? I know you can!
You really hear that?
Damn straight I do!
Get help.
Say that again!
I'd worry less about the planet and more about the next 5 seconds. Save the screaming for later.
Oh, there's those turrets. Remember those things.
Our lives are on the line now. You listening, Merc? One false move, and that happens.
Well, so much for having Cloud do all the fighting. There are some places a sword just can't reach. Just bear with him for me, would you?
Yeah.
Should have asked for more money.
So, switch characters at the D-pad, it looks like.
Gonna throw your sword at him? Let the man with the gun go to work. These tin cans ain't got nothing on me. Want some more?
That it?
Suck on this! Get
Sing. Will speed up the process? Okay.
Now for the real
nice,
stuff.
perfect. Great. That is. Alright, I guess I gotta use the lock on.
See ya! Get your ass out of here!
Okay. R2 shoot and some great camera angles here.
No time to celebrate.
Okay.
Sure there is.
Also, Cloud had lightning at the start of the game, not fire.
Look what we have here.
The laser security system. Great.
Another
Those
difference.
things will hurt more than your pride if you're careless. They'll cut you down to size and then some. But I'm guessing you've done this kind of thing before.
Yeah. Figure out the timing of the lasers. Then, make a move when they cycle off.
Exactly. I'll go first. Nothing like a little danger to get the blood pumping.
Hey!
Just keep those baby blues of yours on me.
Okay.
Not too shabby. You're doing good.
Google. Okay.
Okay, let's see what's up next.
Oh, this is the area with the nice, nice, perfect.
Pretty easy, right?
Yep, pretty easy. No problem.
Pay more attention. Nice job, Cloud.
Yep, nailed it.
Phew. Well, I'm glad that's over
Yep,
with.
everything's fine.
And we're almost at our objective. Look. They don't call those things sweepers for nothing. They can wipe out a whole squad in seconds.
Not if you wipe the floor with them first.
Ha! We can take this hunk of junk!
That hunk of junk is a heavy weapons platform. If we rush in, we die.
Is that right?
Need to hit it with magic. That should give us an opening.
Cloth balance. Okay, so this has got the Final Fantasy 13 style staggering, which I didn't like in that game.
Hey! It's not moving!
Let's pin it down. Give it all you got. Do we like it?
Of course! It just had to get back up.
So we knock it down again. No time to complain.
Alright, pencils take more damage, use unique abilities. Assume all ATB. Increase the stagger.
Fire and tunnel! What are you, 20-something?
First. Soldier first class. Doesn't go into the 20s.
The hell you talking about? I mean your age, not your goddamn rank.
Though
for all I know, a soldier's rank could be the same as his age. Mm-hmm. Guess that make you a 1-year-old, huh? Live and learn.
Got him. Alright, and this is the... Gotta go on the pipes here. This is like the original. Yep.
That's our target, the reactor core. Gotta set the bomb at the bottom. Let's get down there.
God damn. I can practically taste tobacco in here. Hurry it up. Oh, it's pounding like a jackhammer.
scared, huh?
More like excited. I've been dreaming about this for years.
Heads up, boys. The end's in sight. Leave the rest in your capable hands. Good luck.
So the original demo for this...
That way? Down the ladder, dummy.
Yeah, they don't let you go this way. The original demo for this was the entire reactor sequence. It was this, the boss, and then the escape sequence. And I'm assuming that this is probably the same. Man, I played the shit out of that demo too, even after the game came out.
Job's a job.
I think the PC version had a demo.
That's that. See ya. Burn. Not bad.
All right.
You think if we fell in, we'd sink right down to the bottom?
No. I'll put some this back. That's it.
The hell was that? Nice. There's no save point down here. Should be a save point right there in the original. But I'm assuming save points just aren't a thing in this one. Oh, what?
Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this.
Either that or it's just not here in the demo. Okay.
All right, let's see if little Stamp really can bite the hand that feeds. Go on, do the honors. Prove to me you're the man Tifa says you are. That you're one of us.
Never said I was. I'm just here for the paycheck.
Then do the damn job! What's wrong?
I'm fine. What about the timer?
Your call, Merc. Pretty cocky, ain't you? You double-crossing!
Heads up!
What in the hell? Hey, how the hell do we fight this thing?
It's got reinforced armor plating, but the internals can be overloaded. Lightning magic.
No other option, huh? We barely scratched the damn thing.
Didn't I tell you to use magic?
Thought you were full of shit.
Think whatever you want. Just do it. Okay. Hello? Lightning magic? Do you even know how to use materia?
Of course I know how to use material. What kind of stupid question is that? Quit rushing me. Got it up.
Calling fire. How to do this?
Go. Oh.
No escape.
Is that all you got? The hell is that?
A barrier? Never seen this defense system before.
Thought you were the expert.
So what's your brilliant plan, genius? Bounced right off.
Nice try, dumbass.
Frontal assault's no good. Burn.
Oh, there's a
There!
heal generator.
From the rear.
All right, soldier boy. Show me what you got.
Now, hit it hard and fast.
Oh, you're in for it now!
Just shoot! Gotta heal up.
Yep. Heal up. Pull up Barrett, heal him up.
Focus and find a way.
So much damage. Okay.
Let's do this. Don't just fight. Adapt. Another barrier? Think it through. Heal up and regroup.
Oh, shit.
Won't last long. Need to do something about these wounds. Let's go.
Alright, when it's
Gotta
red,
heal.
it is counterattack mode, I guess.
Come on.
Okay. Gauge is full for limit.
Time to get serious. Focus and find a way. Any last words? Think it through. It's on now. Watch the tail. You don't want to be hit by that laser.
Huh? So, what do we do?
Don't get hit. Take cover behind that debris.
You scared or something?
Now, go! Try this. Gotta memorize the attack patterns. Steady. Military-grade armor and a reactor? Heads up! Tail laser!
I see it!
Then take cover already! Strike now, before it fires again!
I don't know if you can mark that.
Heal up and regroup. Now. Incoming. Take cover.
There really no other option?
Want to get shot? Be my guest. Now, go!
not doing my command. Focus thrust.
Here it comes. Gotta heal up.
Alright.
It's readying that laser. Don't try to run for it.
You neither, Merc!
Let's go. Get ready. Now, go! Going in. Going all out.
Oh, my limit's full. I've had my limit for a while, I guess.
Find an opening.
This fight is a whole lot longer in this version than in the original.
An auto repair unit. Damn it. We gotta take it out quick or we're screwed.
Oh, I am way ahead of you, Merc.
What auto repair unit?
Gotta time our attack just right. Hold out until you spot an opening. That's just right. It's down. Rain hell on it.
Ain't gotta tell me twice.
Need to do something about these wounds. Don't let up. It's not gonna go down easy. Focus.
You focus, soldier boy. You ain't gotta worry about me missing my shot.
You're welcome.
Okay. Dang. They really made the boss fights intense in this.
Shit, the bomb!
20 minutes until detonation.
Oh, they armed the bomb after the boss fight. Okay. That's different from the original.
Huh, you hear that? Damn thing showed you how it's done.
Come on, we've got to move.
Wedge should be covering our way out. Go, go, go!
Couldn't go over there last time.
Tough, but doable. Come on.
I'm guessing you can run from fights in this one. No? You can't run from fights. Interesting.
Yeah!
Huh. Maybe you gotta hold down different buttons. There was no tutorial prompt about fleeing from fights, so that is a weird change. Oh, maybe it's just that one encounter.
You okay?
Do I look okay? Help a girl out, would you?
Nice that they stopped the timer during this too.
My hero!
Hey! We'll link up over there! Look after Jesse!
Come this way! This route should lead us straight to Barrett. Probably. I think I see an exit. Come on! Don't look back! Let's go, let's go, let's go!
So far this feels like Final Fantasy 13 mixed with a little bit of like Kingdom Hearts a little bit.
We're running out of time!
Or I guess
Shut up and climb. You're not helping.
13 and 15,
It keeps me focused. I'll freak out if I don't talk.
which
Your way.
I didn't like either of those games. So I don't know. I'm still unsure about this one, but hey, I bought it already, so I'm gonna have to like it, I guess.
Barrett!
I've got you covered! Find us the way out of here!
But then...
Don't worry, I'll be fine. I've got Soldier Boy with me.
X, Soldier Boy.
They're here! Take them down! We don't have time for this shit! The clock's ticking!
Cool it. 5 seconds is all we need. It's over.
Where'd it go? Oh, is it in the ceiling? Come on, Barrett.
See ya.
Let's go. The others are waiting. Gotta get the hell out of here ASAP.
Oh, he has Kira now, too. Alright.
Sorry.
I could have done that on my own.
Sure you could. No shit.
Language.
That's that. All done.
Why are there all of a sudden all these new boxes over here? Like these clearly weren't here when I came through the first time. This slow-mo thing is really cool. Oh, no, it's not.
Was never in doubt.
Neat. Those are the enemies that shot like this blue machine gun thing at you.
This is some bullshit right here!
Shut up.
That all you got? That all you got? Bring it on! That all you got?
Calling fire. You're mine. Okay.
Could probably be blocking more. Probably gonna have to do that in the full game.
Gotta love it.
Steady. Now.
Well, Barrett, you gonna do anything, buddy?
About damn time! Get your ass out of here!
That it?
Okay, so the enemy, her teammate AI, not exactly amazing. But that's one of the reasons why I'm playing the demo here, is to see if there's any differences between this and the retail.
Sir.
Huh. Okay, this implies something way different from the original. So this is them intentionally finishing the job. Whereas in the first game, it was nothing but the bomb that did that.
Come on, come on, come on, come on!
Doors open! We don't have a lot of time here. Pick up the pace, people!
Can you walk?
If I couldn't, believe me, you'd be the first to know.
I'll take that as a yes.
All right. No QTEs.
Okay, that was pretty cool. All right, come on.
Okay. It's like the first to purchase. I already purchased it. But no. I already bought it, game. Okay. And the audio's fucked up again. It sounds like. Alright. Neat. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to look into why the audio is doing weird stuff. Because that's no good if the audio's fucked up for it. Yep, give you an hour content. Yep. Hey, I already bought it. I have my pre-order receipt. And yeah, that's a nice like demo. Like the original PC demo for the original game could be beaten in like 15 minutes if you knew what you're doing. So yeah, this is nice. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the full game. I love the shit out of FF7, so can't wait to play through it. And I know it's going to be a long time until they actually release the full FF7 remake, because this is only part 1 of it. It doesn't even go through all of disc 1, and it's a 3-disc game on the PS1 version. So who knows how long it's going to take to get the full FF7 saga. So I don't know. I'm gonna buy all of them though, because man, I love this game so much. And yeah, so it feels like a combination of Final Fantasy 13 and 15 gameplay, which sure, it's it makes for some epic combat. It's not really my preferred combat system, but I don't hate it. And I'm more looking forward to seeing all the cool stuff other than the combat in this game. Is my primary motivation for playing this one. Not necessarily for the combat and the gameplay. So, yeah. The full game for this will be out on October 10th? Or no, not October. April 10th. It was supposed to come out on March 3rd, my birthday, but they had to delay it for... It wasn't even for the coronavirus. It was for, like, additional polish, I want to say. It would have been perfect if this came out on my birthday, but it didn't. So, rip. And yeah, that'll wrap up for tonight. So, let's recap here. So we finished Moss. Moss was okay. It was okay for what it was. Galaga Destination Earth was also pretty okay. Pleasantly surprised at that one. And then played through the FF7 remake demo in 59 minutes. The next PS Explosion game is Monkey Hero, and the next PS Explosion game is Auto Destruct by Electronic. Oh, not sorry. Don't worry about that. And yeah, that'll do it for that. So let's see. The next backlog game is going to be Burning Rangers on the Saturn, which we may or may not finish before Half-Life Alyx comes out. So Half-Life Alyx is supposed to come out on the 23rd, which is tomorrow, being that today is Sunday the 22nd for me. It releases on Monday the 23rd at 10 a.m. my time, but I'm not getting up at 10 a.m. to stream a VR game, because that's going to be a bad time for me. So I'll be streaming that one at the normal time for my stream times in the evening. And that one's probably going to be maybe a 2-sitting game, maybe 3-sitting game, because my play sessions are going to be limited in time just because of the nature of VR. And then, yeah, so that's the upcoming stuff. So backlog is Burning Rangers, Half-Life Alyx is the near-term stuff for that, and PS Explosion is Monkey Hero and Auto Destruction for those. And yeah, that's the plan. So I'm probably going to be streaming again tomorrow, depending on how I'm feeling. If I'm feeling not great, then I won't stream. If I am, then I'll stream. So yeah, thank you for watching, folks. I appreciate it. Hopefully you all have a great day, night, morning, evening, wherever you are. I'll see you next time. Take care.